color. Yeah. Now we'll set down and fall. Alright, let's head over here to this black bar. Yep.
Caleb is escorted to a police station where investigators collect his DNA, fingerprints, who you might recognize as a former contestant.
At this time. Something. What's that? She's still there. Okay,
but it was honestly just pure joy, excitement. I tried out for American Idol 2 or 3 years ago and I didn't make it, and so to get this was all the more sweeter and all the more meaningful. So it was awesome. The person that inspires me to be an informer, I guess, would say the Lord. I'm a music pastor, and so that's my job every week is to go up there and to sing and to connect what I do on stage to the congregation. So first and foremost, obviously, is the Lord. The thing that makes me unique, I absolutely love the Lord. I love my wife more than anything. She is very, very pretty. Just, oof, I love her. But I'm just a normal person who absolutely loves to sing more than anything in the world, and I think I have a different sound in my voice. I have something to offer. My favorite past Idol contestant would probably be Carrie Underwood. She's just absolutely incredible. Love her attitude and just her passion for what she does. And I promise you, if my wife dyed her hair blonde, she would look just like her. I'm the next American Idol because, I can honestly say one thing about me is I love to learn. And so if I hear something I can do differently or do something that make myself better, I'm gonna do everything I can to do it. And so if the judges tell me this is what's gonna help, I'm gonna do it. And I work harder than anybody I know. And so when I want something, I'm gonna go after it.
I fell in love with a fucking stalker, and how dare you? And you know what? Go to sleep tonight, and sleep on your pillow and know what you did to this woman. The one in my back says the world is my oyster, in my crack. Leave it up to you two, Leave it up to you two.
This is Morgan, better known to her thousands of online followers as Unstoppable Morgan, and in the summer of 2023, she proves that the name is earned, taking some time off from her usual travel videos. Morgan...
I fell in love with a fucking stalker.
Morgan immerses herself in a summer romance that turns into a living nightmare of venomous allegations and twisted mind games involving money, reputation, and even violence. The question, is Unstoppable Morgan the innocent victim of this madness, or is she the architect?
And now he has my dogs.
It's August 16th, 2023 in Sparks, Nevada, and the Washoe County Sheriff's Department gets a very unusual call.
Hi, I'm calling to report a crime.
Okay, what crime?
On April 4th, 2022, Sandy Springs police officers were called to a local apartment complex in Atlanta, Georgia, after reports of a domestic argument.
Morning. Why are we out in our underwear in the middle of the street? Why are we out in the middle of the street? Why are we arguing again? Come up here. Wait. Y'all broke up?
Yes.
And you're out last night, but why are you back here?
It's my house.
Why are you here? Okay, so we're broke up, but we're sitting here fussing, fighting in our underwear in the street.
I came home at 2 a.m.
Yeah.
He was so furious with me. Wouldn't let me go to sleep. I had to work, so I left. Slept in my car all night. Just came in to take a shower. I come in to take a shower. He busted my shower. He busted my shower, takes my keys. I'm trying to find out where my keys are. He just destroyed my room. He went into my room.
You are
Look at
lying.
me, sir.
He did all of that shit. I was in bed.
I was trying to grab a bag full of clothes. I'm trying to run. Those are my shoes right there. He stole it. He kept trying to run around.
He's a liar. I was bringing the shoes out to him.
I'm not gonna get up. I'm literally telling you, this man keeps harassing me. I had the text messages.
No, I got the text message, but just yesterday he was talking about calling somebody to shoot me. To shoot me. Come on, you want to pull up text messages? Come on.
I'm going to charge it up for the market.
I'm gonna hear the rest of the story.
Okay.
So you say you were sleeping in your car.
Yes, and I came back in my house, got into the shower for work. I'm in the bathroom, he busts in the bathroom, steals my car keys. I come out and say, where are my car keys? You want to play sick games, bitch? You want to play sick games, bitch? And guess what? We're going to play sick games. That's what he told me. When he gave me my car keys, kept busting into the bathroom, destroyed everything in my room. Literally would do anything to just terrorize me because he feels shitty about himself.
I was trying to record him, making video of him turning up the room, and he knocked down stuff. I have evidence that he has destroyed plenty of my stuff. Oh, this is the police.
What about who?
The cops. I was calling you guys.
Well, we already did, so.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I was calling back. But I have video of him, evidence of him.
Check out.
Now he's trying to hit me with cars, always destroying.
So you have to hear what happened.
I couldn't because he knocked it out of my hand.
Okay, you knocked it out of your hand and it took it, you couldn't take it back
He knocked
up?
out my hand and ran outside, and that's when I followed, and that's what
We're going to step upstairs right quick, one at a time. I think that's
My shoes, he kept running around with.
Just hang tight here. I'm not going to deal with all that. Hey, hang tight. Hang tight right here. Go ahead, sir.
We did get another dispute. This is all my stuff. Right here. All this right thing. I placed him here. I've been sleeping on the couch. The couch is made up. That is where I've been. He was not here. I'm trying to show you. He gets mad and throws his things around the house all the time. This isn't from today. I'm sorry. It's not from today, but this is just evidence. I have plenty of him destroying my car.
Why y'all together?
Honestly, I want to hear it because I'm in a place where I can't just
Right, look right here. Just any weapons in the house? Anybody else inside the house? All right, just hang tight right here, please. Okay.
The officer walked through the apartment and noticed chaos. Clothes and other items were scattered all over the floor.
Right. Sit back over there, I said. Stay right where I tell you to stay, okay? 'Cause I don't have any safety issues, all right? Good. So tell me about Tell me about what's all over him. So you're saying that he did something to himself?
Yes, so he came up and charged me as I was trying to report him. Look at this, like all of this, I'm just not as light as him. So he started going around, I started defending myself and started throwing my hands up and stuff, but I'm not physically, because if I would punch him or anything, he would have marks on him. He just got defensive wounds from me trying to fight him out. I got blood on my face and everything, so I'm not as light, but he does that. I got video evidence of him really doing this other thing.
Wait, past stuff, don't care. About today, okay? So your piercing, has it got blood around it? Is it behind the piercing? I'm not sure. Go look at it for me, so it's piercing. And where are his clothes?
Just around the room. This is my stuff sitting right beneath me. I set my stuff. If I did that pistol, he would make me go out like that.
Okay. We're gonna throw some clothes on, just so you have some clothes on, okay? And then do me a favor, when you get some clothes on, there's a chair here in this kitchen. Go ahead and get in that chair and sit over on the side by the patio. I'll come back. Come up here. Come up here. Put your stuff down right here, put some clothes on. And then once you're done getting dressed, I'm gonna let you go get your pants on. I want everybody clothed. We don't need you out there underwear. You done, sir? When you get back, get your pants and stuff, you'll all get dressed. Okay. Watch your step with all the glass in the piggy blank. And then socks and sneakers. So you got your sneakers on? Or just barefoot? Oh, that's fine. That's fine. All right, sir, get that picture of your ID for me. Just let's focus on one thing at a time, okay? We already know both y'all just trying to jam each other up in any way possible. And that's why y'all still in the same household. Okay, so you were sleeping in the apartment last night. You were there?
I was there, and he told me he wasn't even coming back.
Okay. When did he come back?
I'm not sure because I was asleep. I woke up and I had a text from him from his number. I responded, and when I responded, he walked from the back and came up in here. He tried to
So he's already here, most likely.
Yes, he was already here. And he tried to talk to me, tried to do all this stuff. Honestly, he's right. I was mad about him coming on there too. I wasn't furious, but I was like, if you're gonna come up here and talk to me, we're gonna talk about it. That's what I was getting. Like, you just walked in the house at 2 o'clock in the morning. It's not like I'm gonna just say, oh, it's fine. I was asking questions. My stuff is already right there. I'm still planning to leave whenever I can leave because whenever I find somewhere to go, I am gonna go there. That's why all my things are right there. I don't want to touch it. I don't want to throw my stuff out. But
okay, rewind. So you're sleeping. He texts you. He comes up from the back about 2:30, whatever, and y'all start talking about him being gone until 2.
Yes, sir.
All right, where was he?
I'm not sure.
And why does it matter?
Because we was in a relationship with him. He was asking me to come
So
to
it
bed.
was shady.
It was really shady.
It was shady why he come in at 2.
Yeah, yes, sir. He was asking me to come to bed with him, and then I'm like, you're crazy. If you don't have to come to bed with you, we can't talk about where you been, like where your whereabouts, anything like that. So from then, he walked out. He left again. And from 5, 6, 7 o'clock, I went back down. 7 o'clock, he came back. He went in and took a shower. I was still on bed, and he came back out. Talking about I'm not gonna be nothing. I'm not gonna do this. Why won't you just leave? You're a leech in my house. Why don't you just leave? And I'm telling him I'm not gonna be out here if I don't have anything.
Now we know both of y'all live here. Is his name on the lease and yours, or just his?
He won't put my name on the
Okay,
lease.
that's not no big deal. But you still live
I said,
here.
well, 4 months. He won't put my name on the lease. But then he kept asking, why don't you take I'm telling him, I have work. I work every day. I will have somewhere to go eventually. Right now, I don't. But he wasn't even supposed to be here. He had that backpack that he had on with him overnight. So he had work clothes and whatever he needed to stay away and feel confused and have anything to do with it. He came back and tried to pursue stuff with me. Things didn't go. He got mad and threw stuff around his room like he always does because he has a temper. And I was trying to record. As I was trying to record, he knocked the phone out of my hand. Because last time I recorded him doing stuff just not even a month ago. The police officer told him what it was. He got mad. All that stuff. He looked up the report. He called that officer from his cell phone and cussed him out because the officer let me back inside the apartment and he locked me out. That's what the report is about. So he has all these things where he won't basically go away whenever we get into arguments. He thinks he's smart. My stuff. I'm keeping me out. I got pictures of him throwing my things out all over the ground and leave him there and trying to go for work. And I had to go and treat them once before. Like still, I know some places I still get out. I know what's going on.
No family difference.
No, I'm from
Where does he work?
Just got a job Monday, so I don't really know. I know it's a leasing job.
All right, so everything's getting all silly and everything, and he's fussing. Why don't you leave? You leech. And then what happens after that?
After that, that's when he just started crazy. That's what happened last
You
time.
have to have good definitions of what you call crazy. I want to know exactly what he did.
Well, like I said, he went back there, he started throwing stuff around, and then he locked the door. He did lock the door, I didn't unlock it because I still have things back there that I didn't know what he was going to do with. When I opened the door, I didn't charge anything, I didn't do anything. I just simply tried to get my stuff. And then I started walking out. When I came up here, he was following me around. We still had some talking going on. But then he stopped back in the hallway, and I was trying to record again. I was literally in my face, and I was literally having my phone right here. And he knocked it down. I kept trying to knock it down. Then that's when he just walked outside. I walked outside with his shoes because that's all he's saying. He wanted to have his shoes in my hand. And I was just trying to give him his shoes, and I thought he was going to go to work, and that was going to be it. But he started throwing all this stuff around. Like, he really does that all the time. Throws stuff and stuff on his way, has a temper tantrum, and then trying to blame it on me. Like, this is myself. This is what I've been. That's all I've done. That's all my stuff.
All right, hang tight.
The officer then spoke with his partner, who shared a key detail that shed light on the whole situation.
All right, tell me what the deal is. Start around 2:30 this morning. You're very scripted. I'm giving you a whole bunch of extra. Just tell me exactly what happened.
I walked straight in to sleep. I walked straight in, I went to sleep. He responded to earlier text messages that I sent. And then I did go out there and I was like, look, like, I really took all this stuff, like, yada. He then decided that he started yelling pretty much. He does yelling like I'm a child. Walking around yelling me, to the point where I'm like, okay, let me just grab my stuff and go to my car. Leave my apartment, and I always have to do is leave my apartment. Because that's why I need my house. He has his own house.
Where's his own house?
Yes, that's a house.
Really? That's a house or apartment? So he's got rent there?
Yes.
Really?
He's a primary leaseholder on that. He's a sole proprietor leaseholder on that one.
How come he's leaving that out?
Because he has
I mean, it doesn't give us any advantage or not disadvantage? Why?
I'm trying to play shit, so he's strictly manipulating me to play a sick game. I just want my party back. That's it. I just want my house back. I can't leave. I can't break my lease. I can't break my lease.
Hold that for a second. I'm sorry. Let me just one quick question. Do you or do you not have a place in Brookhaven? Yes or no? You pay rent there. So you lay your head here only because he invites you here because you're in a relationship. Why are you not laying your head in Brookhaven?
No, because my place in Brookhaven is Airbnb too, and it's Airbnb now. I can pull up things right now.
So you Airbnb, and it's an apartment though.
Yes, and I've been Airbnb.
So it's you're the owner, you're the renter of the apartment, but you're subleasing it as an Airbnb. Okay, today is the day where you have to understand something. We're not going to bullcrap this game around anymore with you two. This is too many times here, but see, you keep leaving out stuff that's sort of prominent to this entire investigation, which is you have a place to stay, you choose to rent it out.
Yeah, I tell you guys that you guys tell me every time. I showed you that it's obligated.
Obligated for how long?
Whenever.
But you know what? Here's the thing. See, this is where you manipulate. You're manipulating it. No, I got it. See, today's police report is going to be totally different. You want to be argumentative because you're not winning. So here's the thing. Okay, so he's got a place he Airbnbs, is what you're saying. He can crack that lease at any given time and go right back to his place. Okay, I got you.
Literally, anytime he stays here and harasses me, he tells me, oh, I'm going to stay down and make your life hell. He tells me all of this stuff, and I literally just came into the shower. I got all my belongings in the shower because he stole my keys at D-Mart Park before. I have a police report of that. He stole my keys. I paid $250 to get a new key that looks like this. Not even remote. So this stuff, he had my real keys, brought my stuff on it. This is my spare key that I had hidden under here because I knew this was going to happen again. I knew he was going to steal my keys again.
Okay.
And,
so tell me, let's start back the story. So he's got a place he could go. He chooses not to. But here's the thing. Tell me what happened after y'all got the fuss. That's all.
I left him in my car. All these messages, I got phone calls. No caller ID, no caller ID because I have a block. All of these is no caller ID, no caller ID, no caller ID. Obsessive, like really crazy. Kept calling, used to cuss me out. I was like, look, just please leave. He said, he's today's like, he said, that's why you're not. He said, I need to leave to the house. Please. He told me to have sex in my house. He told me to do all this stuff. I don't care. I really told him I don't care. I just want you to leave. You can do whatever take you off my hand. That's a good thing. I don't care. I hate those things. But I got to the shower at 7 o'clock. I was 7 o'clock. I'm taking a shower. Literally, he walks in. After he told me to leave, I walk in and grab my keys and leave. I come out. I'm like, yo, where are my keys? Where are my keys? No, I don't know where your keys. I said, yo, really, where are my keys? He said, oh, you want to play a sick game? You want to play this sick game? And that's what it is. They want to play a sick game. So I was like, oh. He's like, yeah, get mad, get mad. Follow me all the way down here. I'm butt naked from my shower. You know what I'm saying? I really wanted to figure out where he put my keys. Get mad, all this stuff. I literally turn on my shower. I'm trying to get dressed just so I can leave back here. I'm like, my bad, are you playing? So I'm walking around. He was following me. Everywhere I go. In the kitchen, in here.
Sure, what?
I'm finding his stuff. I'm finding my stuff. Then he starts watching. Don't y'all know I do a couple things too because I do stuff anyway. So I do know it's my property. You know what I'm saying? He knows something about it. So yeah, that was about just the other day we went out there. I was leaving. I was walking out. He was so mad when I walked out. He had my shoes in his hand. I was still leaving. And he hits me in the back.
Takes his hand and hits you in the back?
I don't know. It felt like his hand or elbow or something.
In the like lower back, middle back kind of thing? Says hand strength. So, I mean, what do you think it was that he whacked you with?
I don't know. I just kept running outside. He was right out right after me. I had my bag in my phone. I literally look crazy. Me and my neighbors, the first time I met him, me and my neighbors, we all cool. Like, you know what I'm saying? We all know each other. This is embarrassing. Every single day is embarrassing. I have a job. I'm in school. Like, you know what I'm saying? He just wants to terrorize my life. I'm not.
Pull up your shirt one more time and see that. I'm going to take a picture of the camera right quick. Alright, put it down, and if we put it down, like, pull it down so I can see the back of your neck. So here's the thing. I mean, this just happens to work out in your favor. He's in good deal with me. It's called domestic violence. Doesn't matter. It's up to me. When y'all call me, I'm required by law. This is by law. I'll explain it to you. But it's by law says that I have to press the charges because if I leave here, somebody stabs the other one in the throat, it's my responsibility. I lose my job. I go to court. People sue me. No. It is what it is. Well, it is what it is. We sit here and y'all fuss and fight and tell me this entire story and everything, and everybody always backs up the punts and says, I really want somebody to go to jail. I don't want anybody to go to jail. But the thing is there's going to be a no violent contact order that's going to be signed with it based on the charges. It's going to be a TPO basically, a temporary protection order. I mean, he can come here with a police escort to get his belongings, but he's got to go. I mean, that's just the way the law works. So it's going to be a battery charge, mark on the back, whatever it is, he hits hard enough that it's leaving a bruise mark, so whatever. That's his fault for not keeping his answer. So I'm going to make sure that nothing in his pockets is going to hurt his blows up and things of this nature. But I'm not going to play the civil game of the back and forth of the keys. But the keys and stuff. My thing is that if he decides, and here's the thing, if he gets out of jail and gets no contact order and you allow him back in, you're culpable as well. So yeah, you're going to catch a charge because we're not going to violate judge's orders. It's going to be a violation of the court order. I'm not play the game anymore. This is the only way to solve the problems of domestic violence in the first place. Make my job worth it by me doing my job, and then we not have to continually revisit the scene until somebody's dead.
This might be what actually really happens.
Sure.
Well, I understand. I'm not a person. Like I don't like to fight. I have 4 older sisters. I didn't go fight. So if this would happen, I just started this job. Like I can't afford it.
And what I need you to do is stay out of the way while we've done our business. If you get up on me, I'm going to take you and or I'll take you to jail too. So keep dog yourself right.
I'm a close one.
That's perfect. I'm just forced to stand up. I want you to face that window and I don't want to hear anything from you until we conduct our business, okay? Put your phone in the seat. Face that window, stay in that window. Hands behind your back. Go ahead, stretch your legs for me. Right now, you need to stand. All the damn violence seems to be occurring here. I can't conduct anything in reference to past. I can only touch stuff. Based on the investigation, it looks like battery, that's violence in reference to past.
Face in my leg. Are you serious? He did that to me. Kennedy, are you serious?
He's not the one that presses the charges, sir.
I haven't done anything. I haven't. Oh my God. Can I call my mom? Please, can I call my mom? I've never been to jail. He's out of blood right now. He's the one out of blood with assault charges. I've never done anything. This is so crazy.
Do you have anything that's going to hurt you sticking blood in the other person? Okay, just hang tight.
You serious?
Yes, sir.
What evidence does? On what ground? Can I ask you what ground?
Based on investigation, it looks like battery on him.
On him how?
He's got a large mark on his lower back and on his neck.
Because I was defending myself. And I have video evidence of him always destroying and doing stuff to me.
In the previous, yes.
And I haven't done anything. I have done anything. I have evidence on him. I I can't get my phone.
We'll cut that. I'm gonna put you back here. Get your stuff. We'll get you warm, okay?
I'm really gonna go to jail. Oh my god. But listen, I'm gonna do anything. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I cannot believe this right now. I cannot believe this right now. I've never been to jail. I've never hurt nobody. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Are you serious, officer? I literally called you guys. I called you guys.
All right, what can I do for you, sir?
Oh my god, I didn't want to touch him.
All right, we got a large mark on his back. It's got
I told you I was telling him to get off of me. He knocked my phone out and everything, but I was trying to just record him going crazy.
Okay.
He came up on me.
Currently, right now, based on the investigation, it looks like that occurred from you, okay?
They did not. So I did not get marked on my hand. I did not get marked on bloody nose.
Yeah, there's lots of times it's called mutual combat. However, in this particular instance, one person gets it first and then the other one retaliates.
So how can you prove that? And you have no evidence. And how both of us not going to jail, we both have marks.
Yep.
And I have video evidence of him always destroying my stuff.
In the
I've
past.
never been to jail and he's out on bond right now for assault charges. How did that make sense?
Somebody has to be the first one to throw the punch.
And I did it. And you just
That is your assumption, and that's what my investigation looks like. I'm doing it to the best of my ability, okay?
I don't have to write to a phone call.
Well, no, we're not in jail.
You have a Miranda right.
I'm not asking you questions.
When you have a Miranda, you're arresting me. I have to get rid of my rights, do I not?
No, because I'm not asking you questions. It's only for asking questions. I've conducted my investigation. He's not the one that presses the charges, it's me.
Officer, but I haven't done anything.
I understand this.
You know me and not even when I called you?
Doesn't matter who calls, sir.
It don't matter who called. Like, I'm going to hit him and then call you guys.
People do it all the time.
Wow. Oh, my God. I cannot believe this. Officer, is this really real?
Yes, sir. We're conducting business according to Georgia law, sir. Yes, sir.
I cannot believe this.
All right.
I've never done this in life.
He was charged with battery, family violence, and transported to Fulton County Jail.
He's out here, sir. And you're advising. Back up a bit. You said besides the nose. And you said when your foot kind of straight. And that's nothing wrong. Anything else? How about right here? You talking about the ashy? Okay. All right. Anything else? I didn't see anything on the back or anything like that. No, sorry about your clothes on. All right, sorry. All right, look up. Yes, sir. Nothing on the face. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You didn't have anything on you when I saw you without your shirt on outside. Red mark.
Sankumaras! Shishudam! Arak! Pakitatru! Takter! Akshu! Terdok! Gotasepu! Anunkule! Abdanuzan Akasut! Rajle!
Ooh, that was a close fight. Jesus Christ. Oh my god, value 96. That's actually crazy.
Hi, my name is Daniela. I'm 19 years old and I'm from Atlanta, Georgia. Hola, me llamo Daniela. Tengo 19 años y soy de Atlanta, Georgia. Hi, my name is Daniela. I'm 19 years old and I'm from Atlanta, Georgia. Hola, me llamo Daniela. Tengo 19 años y soy de Atlanta, Georgia. Hi, my name is Daniela. I'm 19 years old and I'm from Atlanta, Georgia.
Yeah,
Her
bro.
boyfriend, the kid's father.
What's his name?
Roman. That's all. I don't know his last name. You have to ask her that. I don't know. But she has a big gash. Like there's blood everywhere. You hurt anywhere else? Just your head? Okay. Bleeding anywhere else? Where else did you get hit? She wasn't up here. She just walked through the door and answered his phone. Yeah, that's her. I called
Your cousin told me everything that happened. Alright, so I got a pretty good understanding of everything that went down, okay? Your babies are safe. Alright, you're fully with your cousin. Alright.
A frantic 911 call leads police from Roseburg. A domestic incident occurred in which a witness attempted to intervene in a physical altercation between a couple, while a baby and small child were present in the room. The victim had visible injuries, including blood on her clothing and swelling on the side of her head. What happened in the moments before this brutal attack? Please watch the full video to uncover the shocking truth of what unfolded inside that room.
John County 911.
Yes, please. Can I please get an EMS to 315 and East Anderson Street?
315 Anderson, what's going on?
There's a fight and there's somebody bleeding out, like their head is busted. There's blood everywhere. We don't have phones. I walked across the street to the cafe to get a phone. We don't have phones.
Okay. And you said,
That's pretty good.
Brown?
Who's fighting?
Coleman. Last name Coleman.
Male, female?
Both.
Okay. The person whose head is bleeding, how old are they?
She's 26 and she's had a baby.
Are y'all able to control the bleeding?
No, I just ran out of the house to go to somebody with the nearest phone. There's a baby and there's a kid in the house.
What's your name?
Jasmine.
And your telephone number?
I don't have it. We don't have phones. This is a cafe phone.
Okay, we got an EMS in the route.
Thank you.
After the 911 call, the police responded within minutes. The police arrived quickly, took a statement from the victim, and immediately began rescue efforts. They found the victim injured and terrified. What they uncovered next launched a full investigation into this horrifying domestic assault.
her boyfriend, the kid's father. Roman. That's all. I don't know. You have to ask her that. I don't know. But she has a big gash. Like there's blood everywhere. How would you supposed to do it?
You got hit too by him?
Trying to break up because it was a lot. I had to get the baby.
Are you daughter?
God, mom. I'm cousin, first cousin.
First cousin to her? Okay. You said, did he take off on foot? What's he wearing? All black? Short hair? Long hair?
Dreads.
Dreads? Tall, short?
Tall. Slim.
You know which way
Brown
you're
skin. I don't know what works. That's thing.
Just like a picture of him. Use it, or was it just his hands?
51 to 55.
No, that's all right. We got a message down here, 315 Anderson. Two of the young ladies here have two 7-year-olds that are in school over there at Largo and Tibet. What's the name of the school? Oh, Largo and Tibet Elementary. Do you have a free unit? Because they're supposed to go pick them up, but the dude stole the keys, the phones, beat up the baby mama pretty bad, and they have no way to get down here and get the kids. Do you have anybody that can slide over to the school and possibly pick those two kids up and bring them down here to this apartment? We're at 315 East. Yeah, 315 East Anderson. The kids' names are Malia Coleman.
Yes, ma'am. This is the parent of Emery Stone and the godparent of Malia Coleman. We're having an emergency at the house. There are going to be some cops and police coming to pick the girls up. Yes, ma'am. Police officers.
Yo, man, you got a followed, and I'm enjoying your stream a lot.
Okay, cool. Thanks, man.
Let's play together and have some fun.
I'm here with Sergeant J. Smith. Hold on 1 second.
Man, Discord, lazy man.
Doing good. We had a situation here where the parents live with the two girls.
Thanks so much. I'll definitely be in
back here. We're losing 4 officers and Sergeant Smith
I mean,
also
on
by
Discord.
the names of the 2 girls to get them a ride from there to where we're at.
We do not have them. My phone and her phone are beats her.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. If you have any problems, if y'all can call this number back or just have the officer raise me. My work cell is 912. Okay, thank you so much. Bye. Okay, so I've got the kids situated. That's your number. Oh, it's supposed to call back. I'll say. But yeah, he's sending one out.
I tore those up. My phone is dead. Her phone is on ringer, but it's on a loud ringer, and you called it inside ringing. It's ringing, but it's not making any noise. It's not.
When did all this start?
It just happened 20 minutes, not even 30 minutes, not even an hour ago. Maybe 15 to 20 minutes. It happened like this.
Them two started fighting back there and they came in here or whatever?
Yeah, no, it's right here, and I'm in between trying to let him loose of her. It all happened because of a conversation. That was it. Yeah.
Okay.
My hair. That was it. Throwing stuff. Just looking her. It was a lot. Feeding to the wall. The pots and pans that you see right there. That's what happened to the wall. Blood on the wall. There's blood on the wall. That was the order.
There's one phone right there under the chair.
Where?
Right up under the chair right there.
Okay, this is mine. Then this is mine, but it's dead.
Okay.
Okay, so hers is the one that's ringing.
But hers is
here.
gone.
But he for sure has the keys. Keys are not in here. That was the first thing he snatched out of me.
Yeah, he
has the keys on him. And my phone's right here, but her phone is somewhere, but it's not ringing. They're both. This is dead, but they're both on ringer.
It literally happened right here. We were having a conversation about sexual partners. And you got mad because she said she had 46 partners. And after that, it was just like hands. That was it. It's okay, though. I have the girls here. Come here. Ryan, sweet spot. He got dreads, we have twists. That's my hair, my lip. I let him grab both of them, trying to stop it. And he's gonna hit. And after that, I had like her go, and like this, food, all of that. Like everything happened literally right there. When I moved to one spot, they moved to the next spot. I'm trying to move the kids. That's why the bathroom door is like.
Okay. If I can get the DBA detective over here, hopefully sooner than later we'll have them talk to you.
That's where.
The girl lives downstairs.
No, she wasn't up here. She just walked through the door. That's her phone. Yeah, that's her. I called you
Well,
guys
they
from
just got caught on
cafe.
time.
Because, like I said, I phoned in. I thought you had phones. You most definitely have the keys. That was the first thing you took. That was the first thing you took. Was the car keys. But the car is still out there. He has the car. Stop. Stop. Yeah, but the kids are unharmed. They were in the room before he came.
We'll find, be right back. Or we'll send the officer back up and then I'll hang out.
Both have the same mask, but I tell them.
The time exactly, I don't know, but literally
Well,
after,
Iron
that's
Demon
when
has
we had our
one
phones.
mask.
My phone was
What the
dead.
hell?
So from the time that you guys, well, they got the call, I called from the cafe. That's where I called from, their phone. So from, well, actually, 3:55 maybe, 3:40, 3:55 in that range.
Okay.
That's when I noticed the time, and that's when I noticed that we have to go to the kids. So maybe like 15, 20 minutes before y'all actually literally came, was when the fight started. So maybe like 3:20 up until 3:50.
Gotcha.
And that's when I got the kids and I ran outside and I was looking for the phone across the street.
So, alright, so you had said that you started with sex? You said this.
Yeah, we were arguing over sex. Like, we had a conversation about body counts.
How was that conversation started? Was it just a normal conversation?
We were listening to music, and me and her were talking, and then he comes in the room, well, actually in the kitchen, because that's where the fight started.
Okay.
And he's like, 42? You fuck 42 niggas, you
So, y'all were listening to music.
We were cooking, like, the food was on the floor.
Yeah, was BSing around having a conversation.
Exactly. And you
Where
come in.
was he here when y'all started the conversation?
Yeah, he was in the room.
And then he comes out after.
Came in the kitchen, that's where we were cooking at. The food was on the floor, the pots and pans at the wall, everything was on the floor.
So, and they started fighting in the kitchen. What did you do after you saw them start
I
fighting?
grabbed both of them, and I told both of them to do something. And she has hair like mine, and he has dreads. So when he went to pull, you can see the pieces. Her hair is on the floor. When he went to go pull the pieces, that's when my pieces came out, and I grabbed these and I'm getting them off. Yeah.
I see it here. Let me take a picture of that.
And after that, when she's there playing the fight with us, I was singing for pots and pans and just on.
Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna go to the hospital check on her.
My brother and her brother are coming to pick us up with the kids, and her mom is on the way to the hospital.
Awesome, good. And I will make sure her mom knows that the baby's there with you. And Dora, right? Okay, and how far is the brother?
He stays at Dora too. He stays with me, so they're coming from her. But it's at 6 o'clock traffic.
I do want to just stick around here until I get here. Okay.
I'm gonna walk downstairs.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, for sure. You got shoes? Well, actually, I need to. Do you have information on your gun?
I do, but it's at my home, like the box.
Okay.
Where it came from, I got it from off of the ground.
I'm gonna give you my number or my card. I need that information.
Okay.
After rescuing the victim, officers rushed her to the hospital, where her mother was already waiting in fear. As doctors began emergency treatment, police informed her of the brutal details her daughter had just revealed. The crime scene was only the beginning. The bruises, the blood, the fear in her voice, it all pointed to a violent and calculated attack.
Your mom? Yes. How are you? Pretty bad at the dumb questions. Keep us. I know. Is she okay? She's right now in the bathroom texting. I'm not even detecting case one. It came down. So you're not able to do that?
I know, I talked to my niece. That's all that work.
Yes. Okay, so they're all going to book.
What's that?
You're going to be with only 2 niece.
Yeah.
You're going to be figuring out house.
Yes.
Okay, I want to let you know that. They're all safe. They're all
I know.
your daughter.
Thank you.
Your daughter got beat up.
I know.
Okay. But from what I was told, she's in the back of the accident. Okay. So,
What do you want to do with him?
so right now, I'm talking to her. Right, I'm going to try to get some information from her. And then, based off of that, based off of her, you're looking for.
Okay, so you know he's been, I don't know if he's still on probation.
Good to know.
Yeah, I don't know if he's still on. He does have a probation officer. Yeah, I'm sure you guys got to see this already.
Not yet. I just got here, so the more information you think.
Yes.
I know. Don't assume I know it.
This is this. I'll just come here all the cases.
I know that it's wrong. You want to sit? You want to sit down? Here, we can sit down.
He's really talking about his last probation officer.
I sure will. I sure will. I sure will. I can and I will.
Can I first try to see?
You don't need to. You don't need to. I don't care who wants first. I'll press charges.
Thank you.
Alright, I'm
Sorry,
gonna
that's good. I'm so overwhelmed.
I'm gonna give you this. Actually, I'm gonna wait for you this. We're gonna talk first, and then when I kind of explain everything, hopefully you get a chance to breathe a little bit. Then I'll explain this so we don't lose any information, right? I got officers right now looking for him. They're out and about.
Try to come to the house. He has my car.
He's going to. And I can't tell you that 100%, but based off of how long I've been doing this, he's going to eventually come back to that. Which is why I told your niece to take your advantage and leave, because you broke the door. That door don't lock. You take that door, it was dead bolted, and it broke the frame. That door don't close. Door don't close. I'm sure it's off first time. He also broke the bathroom door. So, I'll explain everything that happened, so that way you have an idea of how this started and how it ended. Would you like to know that?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I'm sure I already know because
You talk to me, please.
No, well, sort of, because I told her let me try.
Yeah.
But she said it was not helpful.
No.
If it was, like, that's so over the top.
So, I don't ever, that type of everything when a woman says, oh, it was my fault, it's not your fault. It doesn't matter if she started the fight. If she slapped and punched and pushed him, that doesn't deserve this. This is, I don't think for in domestic violence, there's two things. There's a primary aggressor and a predominant aggressor. The primary is the one who started it. The predominant is the one who brings it above and beyond. What's the reason? I don't arrest the primary. I don't arrest who starts it. I arrest.
Wait, that's because she told me it's totally not her fault.
It absolutely is not. It's neither the primary or predominant. So her and her cousin were in the kitchen cooking. They were listening to music, and then they started talking about sex. Her cousin and her were talking about sex and how much they did. He heard it. You might have a scene. Hey, I'm Detective Case Finder. I'm Mr. Jogger. Are you able to talk? A little bit? Okay. I want to let you know I found your phone. I have it here. Your mom has it, okay? Alright. Your cousin told me everything that happened. Alright, so I got a pretty good understanding of everything that went down, okay? Your babies are safe. Alright? Your uncle Louis is recovering. Alright? So he can't get to him. Alright? Your mom's here. When you're safe here, alright? So, just, I know your jaw's hurting. Okay. You can take the mask off if you want to. Are you able to speak or no? Okay. I will do my best to do yes and no questions, so you can just go or There's a little head taker now, okay? Do you want to talk to me? Okay. Okay. So like I said, I'm the family violence detective. My name is Detective Case Finder. So all this happened at your house. Does he live with you? He does. Do you know how long he's been living with you? On and off?
2 years.
On and off 2 years? Okay. Okay. Do you know his sister's name? You want to type it?
It's something McCoy.
McCoy? Okay.
Something McCoy.
Perfect. I can find that out. Alright. So, you and your cousin were in the kitchen cooking. You heard a song, and then y'all started talking about sex. And there's people in your past that you've had sex with. He was in the bedroom and he overheard it. That's when he came into the kitchen and started arguing with you, yelling at you, calling all these names.
Yeah, that's not what started it.
What started it?
I was drunk. I really don't remember, but that's not what started it.
You need to step up? Step away?
No.
Okay. So what started it?
I can't remember.
Okay. That's okay. That's a perfectly fine answer. Not remembering is an okay answer. That's alright. Did the argument start today? Okay.
And the argument even sucks, bro.
Did he hit you or anything before the kitchen? Earlier in the day? Okay. And then everything that happened, him hitting you, your cousin was there for? And your 2 babies? Riley and Ryan? Okay. So, did he threaten you or anything? Just hit you? Was he hitting you because he was accusing you of cheating on him? Do you know why he was hitting you? I can rephrase that. Do you know?
He gets mad.
He gets mad and he starts hitting you? Okay, I gotcha. Do you know what he got mad about today?
It wasn't about that. It wasn't about what you said.
Okay.
It wasn't about that. I really can't remember what it was about. I was like, it wasn't about that. It was something sanitary before. Over it outside or something. They can talk to him. He's right about it.
Is that true? Okay. Do you think the argument started over something small?
It's always something small.
Was it over your children? Was it over him not being around? You were drinking? Okay, you've been drinking today? And he did? How much was he drunk during? Okay. Were y'all just drinking? Were you smoking too? It's okay if you were. Okay. Yeah, it has nothing to do with it. Okay. Alright. What have the doctor said about your injuries?
He said I need stitches in my head. And staples.
Okay. Okay. Alright. Do you want some water? Alright, let me try to get some water.
That was two things.
Are you going to tell me more about what happened? From the start, walk me through it as best you can. Has he ever tried to choke you? Is he violent or consistently jealous, or does he control most of your daily activities? Have you left him, or have you separated after living together at any point? Yes. Okay. Is he unemployed? Has he ever tried to kill himself? Do you have a child does he have a child that he knows is not his? Does he spy on you or leave you threatening messages? No. Do you want to go to the state shelter tonight and see about your children? You just said he lives there, correct? He won't be home. Okay. Have you been home with you all day? No. Do you know what started the argument? Were you getting angry over? Can you walk me when you started getting angry? Was he yelling? What was he doing? Is he in a family all day? So is that what happened? There was a disagreement? So after he started yelling, do you remember how he grabbed you, what hit you with? Started boxing you? Do you recall if this was a pose, or open palm, or anything like that? When he started boxing you, is that where he hit your phone? eyebrows? And then both eyes? Or, I mean, I know your right looks mostly swollen, but... So your right eye, both sides of your jaw? Okay, anywhere else? Do you remember getting hit on your forehead? What was, did he hit you with something? No? Was that was him? Okay. So that was done with his face. Okay. Do you recall if he was saying anything to you while this was occurring? No? What was, did he hit you with something? No? Was that was him? Okay. Okay. So that was done with his face. Okay. Do you recall if he was saying anything to you while this was occurring? No? It's okay. So he was just yelling, but you just can't recall anything. It's okay. Okay, perfect. Take your time. I'm sorry, I have to ask you all these questions. He can't get mad. You should. Your cousin was trying to get him. Do you know if he hit your cousin at all? No? Okay. Did he hit your kids at all? No? Okay. After boxing, did he do anything else? I'm sorry, what? Do you remember where he hit you? In your head? He left after that? Okay. Did your cousin help you up to the bedroom? Or she did? Has he ever been violent towards your cousin? Okay. Has he ever been violent towards your mother? He has been violent towards your mom? Has he hit her before? No, just threatening to? Okay. What about two daughters? So he's always been okay with the daughters? Is your 9-month-old a daughter too, or a son? I'm sorry, wait. The 9-month-old is... Oh, okay. Is that the only one you have together? I'm sorry. The 3-year-old and the 9-month-old are yours together. I'm sorry. The 9-month-old is a daughter too? Okay. Just want to make sure. So you have the 9-month-old and the 3-year-old? Okay. And then the 7-year-old's from a previous relationship? Okay. I'm sorry. Your 7-year-old, is that a son or a daughter? Daughter? Oh, you have both girls? Okay. Is he, has he ever been violent towards your 7-year-old? What's her name? Malia? M-A-L-E-H. I'm sorry. Okay. And what's her last name? Okay. And your 3-year-old? What's her name? And her date of birth? 19? And you've been together 7 years? And you live together? How long have you lived together? 2 years. 2 years. Is there anything else? We have detectives coming. We were trying to locate him. Kidnapping him. Is it domestic? So just they're going to track us off. They have to receive the Georgia. If it's domestic and the rest of them, we have to arrest. Do you know where he was most likely tonight? Do you know where does he work? Soderrestaurant.com. Is there a particular friend that you think you would be at? No? We have a family violence detective. He's also going to probably ask all the same questions that I did. He'll be able to give you more guidance as far as like the next steps. Okay, what his plan of action is.
Soon after, police were able to locate and arrest the suspect. He was taken into custody without resistance and transported directly to jail. Investigators wasted no time. Interrogations began, a detailed case file was opened, and legal procedures were set in motion.
You'll have copies of these stuff, okay? One of them is aggravated battery DBA, that's felony. So a battery DBA, and then cruelty to children of 3rd degree. And then you're also on a morphine study. So I don't know if that's all out there. That's fine. There you go. Right off to 2,000 words first.
Tattoo. Tag 3. Tag 5. Tag 4. Tag 2. Altitude.
Hey, Hans, can you let me into the side outside? Thank you. Space more walls. Space more walls. Yeah, yeah. Good morning. This will once in emotional. Okay. Bye, sir. Go to your right. I tell you what, hold up. Remember, switch over here.
Mostly swollen. And your 3-year-old? That's right.
Right up, student. Student works best.
Let me make it abundantly clear that there is a huge issue with disrespectful and ungrateful women being absolutely disgusted online these days. I am in no way supporting their bull, and my work supports men in every way possible. That said, while some men's channels frame themselves as defenders of masculine character and speakers of autonomy in a feminized culture, what they actually offer is an emotional dumpster bin for men to vent and commiserate with no tools for growth and no solid call to meaningful masculinity. In the modern online economy, emotional chaos sells. There's no doubt about that, and we all know it. And for men, no genre proves this better than the rise of male creators who build entire platforms around reacting to women's TikTok videos. Now, I don't know what's more difficult for me to watch. This?
I think that we should start robbing men who invite us to their homes on first dates. Even a top-tier man is just an average woman. Stop being nice to men.
Or this?
Damn sure she paid her way through it by spreading her legs.
They don't actually know how to get a guide.
Any woman who talks like that is enough to make any man turn to abstinence.
Hey, I'm Todd, and thanks for stopping by. I'm a researcher, an author, and the guy behind the upcoming book, Rules of Engagement. In just a moment, I'm going to break down the impact of men's reaction videos in which the creators spend 20 minutes ranting about TikTok women in a way that's actually detrimental for men, and why that content is not leadership, it's just more online complaining that does men more harm than good. If you haven't seen them before, the format of these reaction videos is very uninformative. Most of them are faceless male creators who play clips of horrible women ranting, often from the dating, feminism, or self-help areas. Now, their content does occasionally include clips with quality women who respect men. However, the more chaotic or emotionally unregulated the woman appears to be, the more effective these guys' content becomes. This approach bothers me, not because of the reality of the issue, or because what they're saying is untrue, but it bothers me because they project under the guise of helping men when there's no depth to what they have to say. It's all just complaining, and the themes are always predictable. I mean, how many different ways can someone say modern women are entitled, confused, and unrealistic? If you've seen one of these videos, you really have seen all of them. They're all predicated on moral outrage that keeps men angry and coming back for more. For men who have been emotionally scarred from relationships, maybe they've lost their children in a divorce, or they've been otherwise ignored or emasculated, this content provides them with a steady dopamine drip from externalized validation. Those men, what they really need is real support. But the only message these videos have for them is, let's complain about women again. And it does so with the same emotional cadence, the same validation-seeking, anger, and self-righteousness as women that they're reacting to. Now, these creators, they love to posture as if they're guiding men to somehow be healthier, to be better prepared for relationships, to not get taken advantage of, yada, yada, yada. But they're really just farming outrage for clicks, rather than providing men with motivation or insight to achieve excellence. And one unfortunate and ironic element at play here is that the emotional mimicry. These creators take the easiest route possible to criticize women for seeking validation online, yet this is precisely what they themselves are doing, often without appearing on camera. They recycle the same grievances multiple times per video, chasing algorithmic approval from an audience that is, in many cases, addicted to the sound of the host's disappointment. The deeper concern, however, lies in what this content does to male psychological development. Consuming media that prioritizes outrage over growth encourages men to externalize blame rather than cultivate healthy lifestyles or engage themselves in personal development. See, when men devote their energy to focus on other people's dysfunction rather than using that time and mental effort to increase their own value, they abandon the search for internal control and reinforce a worldview in which their go-to leverage is deflection. And over time, that mindset erodes any real capacity for leadership or personal progress. It's actually intellectually hollow at a time when men lack proper sources of positive information, insight, and encouragement. Now, although these creators often do speak accurately, none of it is informed by evidence or by meaningful life experience that men need beyond anecdotal frustration. There's no model for growth, not even a suggestion that men should strive to be more confident or emotionally healthy. Instead, it's the same dry punchlines repeated multiple times in a single video to maximize engagement and to monetize men's resentment. Quite brutally, they're stealing men's valuable time and mental fortitude and making them worse for it. But lessons from my work and my writing give solid context that while channels like these claim to expose female dysfunction, all they really do is give those women exactly what they want, and that's more attention. Because by reacting to every rant, every ungrateful grenade, and every unrealistic expectation, they reward the very behavior that they supposedly reject. And that's operant conditioning. It's rewarding entitled women's bad behaviors with attention, so those behaviors get repeated. These guys debate their values and beliefs through a monitor instead of leading and building men up, which just reinforces the worst assumptions that women already hold about men, that we're reactive, we're petty, and obsessed with them. My writing also addresses the real casualty of emotionally reacting to poor behaviors of women on TikTok, and that's calculated and stoic responses. Viewers are trained by this content to normalize authority through words, rants, and ridicule, yet research and solid theory in rules confirms that filtered, strategic silence is the mark of real masculinity and conviction. Men who do nothing but criticize, even under the guise of so-called helping men, are still giving away emotional energy to people who haven't earned it. Furthermore, these creators seem to violate the very principle they teach, which is also harmful to men who need real support. They claim to protect and to promote masculine values, but they spend their time and attention on the lowest effort content on the internet. By obsessively reacting to women with no more than shallow insults like she's a slut or that bitch is fat and no one wants her anyway, they end up repeating and amplifying the very content that they claim to reject. Are a lot of those women sluts? Yeah, probably. And even more so every day. Are they out of touch, obese, ungrateful, needy, and shameless? Yep, I believe that they are. And if they have the audacity to blast their bullshit to the world, then they're not worth my time or yours. But these types of channels are not the way to help men. I advise men that attention is a form of currency, and every stitch, every online rant, every sarcastic voiceover makes TikTok therapists and car seat confessional girls more valuable. Believe me, these channels are not reducing toxic feminist influence. They're funding it with their own fixation, and they're draining their audience of the opportunity that's needed to rebuild personal value. My message to these gentlemen is to please provide more substantial content to actually help men who need it, rather than sitting on your ass while watching and talking about other people's content. Hell, I'll even give you some solid content leads and scripts to work with. Lord knows I can't even get through all of it on my own. But start giving men tools, rather than just quick outlets for more anger and frustration. Start actively supporting them. Ultimately, these channels do not help men reclaim their masculinity or their self-worth. They just lead otherwise ambitious men to procrastinate their own personal agency. Just like the women they criticize, these channels train men to externalize relationship challenges and to seek emotional refuge from other men. Again, I'm not saying that they're never right, but I am saying that this is not a healthy way to help men. In my work and in my writing, I call for men to express more emotional regulation, more calibrated restraint, and more earned respect, not cheap commentary and the illusion of masculine confidence. I believe that the real mark of masculine leadership is not in how many TikToks you can critique, it's in how few you need to. Gentlemen, if you're done with shallow commentary that just echoes other people's frustration and you actually want to grow instead of watching other guys respond to chaos with more chaos, then subscribe and watch this video next. YouTube's gonna pick one out for you. Because my lessons and my advising are not about regurgitating the same cheap content for validation. It's about personal investment, getting disciplined, and reclaiming your authority without apology or validation.
Nice.
Samardu el Grargi, Charmi Barakskas, Frutash Hashut. Dumskar Fles. Magrom Udlash. Charmi Barakskas. Drarstum Let. Is Charmi Aritz. Saumansia Nunku. Gruntaglong. Sensus Tork. Grunaz una Gorma Nunku. Dum Saumansi. tribal feud. You come to true savage.
The gods might compel me to
In agreement. Speak. Zectathron.
O mapa aqui.
Usaba sepugi ongrin hashatsuves. Tarwanungi Juanrak.
Little kindness can...
Cold night to be walking alone, isn't it?
Who are you?
Name's Mo. Mo Lester. Come on in. Warm up.
This holiday, meet Mo Lester. A little kindness can...
Cold night to be walking...
I think that being available shows interest and demonstrates the effort that women are always demanding of them. But the reality is that the more freely you offer your time and availability, the faster it communicates that your time is not valuable, and by extension, reduces your own self-worth. Hey, my name is Todd, and thanks for stopping by. I'm a researcher, a psychologist, and I help men to better understand relationships and life through psychological lens. I wanted to take a moment to talk about something subtle but powerful, and that's how easily men give away their time to women that they meet, and the often negative effects that it has. If you like this content, be sure to subscribe for more. Now, let's break down the connection between your time and your own self-worth. So there's a lot of context here within self-concept theory and how boundaries reveal identity. According to self-concept theory, men with strong self-worth protect their time because it reinforces who they are. Your schedule is not just logistics, it's a signal that tells other people what you prioritize, what you're focused on, and what you will or will not compromise. Researchers have reported that people with stable self-esteem tend to hold clearer boundaries and to show greater consistency in their decision-making. And consistency, in a world of emotional volatility and impulsive relationships, is very rare leadership. On the other hand, if you find yourself rearranging your plans at the first request, or saying yes out of guilt, maybe canceling workouts to manage a woman's priorities, you're offering the most valuable thing that you have, and that's your time, as if it has no value. So understand that there is a cost to chronic availability. Now, I realize it might sound harmless to answer that late-night message when you're exhausted, to maybe always be available for a woman you like, and to be eager to help. But those little concessions, they stack up fast, and people with lower self-esteem often overextend themselves because they're afraid of losing that early connection. And it's that fear of losing her that leads to behaviors that look like loyalty, but function more like an emotional dependency. The trap sets up like this. She needs to vent, so you're all ears. She's having a bad day, so you cancel your errands and take her to dinner. Maybe she's bored, so you're on your way, even if it costs you time, energy, sleep, or momentum. But the more you give without discretion, the less value she sees in what you have to offer. Until eventually, you don't become the man who's there when it matters. You become the man who's always available, and that's a big difference. Remember that attraction thrives on tension, not convenience. That doesn't mean playing games or running a scarcity routine just to seem like you're more important than you are. It means recognizing that availability is an early test. If someone respects your time, they'll naturally respect your space and your value. If they don't, then they'll press harder, they'll ask for more, and they'll see what else they can get without you requiring anything in return. This is why availability isn't just about time management, it's about self-respect. If you're always there, it sends the message that your time doesn't need to be earned, that your schedule is always open for anyone, and that what you're building, whether it's your career, your health, or even your hobbies, can be interrupted for someone else's convenience. And the even bigger kicker is that when you give unrestricted access too early, it doesn't create a deeper connection. It creates entitlement. And she starts expecting your time rather than valuing it, and gradually begins testing how far that pattern goes. The lesson is that reclaiming your time is reclaiming your identity. Men with clear structure show up when it makes sense, not when they're summoned. They listen when their time is earned, not when it's expected. And they give from a place of strength, not obligation. When you start to protect your time, two things happen. First, the right people lean in, they honor your presence, and they meet you with equal energy. Second, the wrong people fall away, because they were never interested in you, but rather in the access that you were too quick to offer. Remember that your time is like a key. It should unlock something meaningful. But once you hand it out carelessly, it no longer opens a door to something special. Rather, it opens a gate that anyone can walk through, muddy boots and all. So here's how to respond when it's time to set limits. If you're dealing with someone who constantly tests your time boundaries, don't feel the need to argue or to over-explain. Just make it clear with a statement like, I understand that you want my time, but I need to set boundaries to preserve my own well-being. If we're going to continue this relationship, I need my time to be protected. But if she's pushed, and you've already had enough, then it's time to say, I've made it clear that my time is important, but you continue to disregard that request. I can't keep sacrificing my well-being, so I need to walk away from this relationship to protect myself. Ultimately, what you tolerate today becomes the standard for tomorrow. You teach people how to treat you by what you allow. And when it comes to valuing your own time and self-worth, there's no greater teacher than consistency. If you say that your time is valuable, but give it away without pause, you're lying to them and to yourself. The lesson here is to guard your time and your self-worth with the understanding that access to you and your time is a privilege, not a right. Because once that key to your time is in someone else's hand, what they choose to unlock with it might cost you more than a couple of hours on a Saturday afternoon. So let me know your thoughts about time as a barometer of self-worth in dating and relationships. How much time is too much to give and too soon? For more resources, check the links and my contacts in the video description, and I'll see you next time.
Subjugatas! Putomita sutar Fenerwood! Doomskullki! Waddle! Abgurundi! Doomskarki! Is Udiol Feyus, Movim, Ruf, Kuraki, Centus Torg, Zibartu da Baraza Hashut. Hashut. Makazia Baumansi. Doomfast Gumlech. Dakata Elglavus. Uzdak Abu Barak. Baraz Hasharak.
Do not disgrace yourself.
A face such as yours would make for an interesting gilded statue. I have a spell for that. Got Krista's waters. Gromadrazul. Utzwulfra Sasan Unzul. Dormitage! Verkals! Samardu el Grargi! Thauberti! Is Sharbi al Eats! Karbur Vargas Varkulg. Gromadrazul. Stop that! Odiolf! Brinas Kazak! Throng Abgru! Rikasen Undring Sepu! Nadaruta Muskrum! Istrokogai Diswas! Hakta! Grunzenta Barak! Skazita! Shar Unkuz! Igna! Dumthaumansi! Grunzenta Grungrun! Sutanunku! Hasudonio Marnuaaf! Ardugalzan Tabarak! Werk Tabarak! Abu Idu Bago! Dorazan. Izan Lokuz Anu.
Alright, I think we're good. Oh, nope. You go ahead and go right there.
Clear communication is essential in any relationship. But if you've been with someone for a bit of time, there's a distinct difference between being clear and being caught in a cycle of over-explaining. For many men, the habit of over-explaining or defending their boundaries or restating every decision becomes not only exhausting, but counterproductive. While it may seem like an effort to be more respectful or thorough, what often unfolds with continued decision-making is quiet erosion of emotional energy. Hey, I'm Todd, and thanks for stopping by. I'm a researcher, I'm a psychologist, and I help men to maintain their purpose in relationships and life in general. In this short discussion, I wanted to take a moment to talk about something that a lot of men struggle with, and that's over-explaining themselves in relationships, especially in those early development times. Have you ever set a clear boundary only to have her push back multiple times, and suddenly you're justifying things that you feel should be already crystal clear? That's a form of decision fatigue, which explains that the quality of decisions declines the more we need to make those decisions. In this case, it's the decision to continue expressing your expectations without having them respected. So let's unpack this a bit. Decision fatigue is a psychological concept that explains what happens when we are forced to make or to defend too many decisions in a short period of time. Researchers have reported that repeated decision-making or justification of decisions lowers a person's ability to regulate emotions, and it can weaken willpower, and it often increases the likelihood of caving into pressure. In newer relationships, this shows up, for example, when a man states a clear boundary, but finds himself repeatedly getting pulled back into discussions that he thought were already settled. It usually starts innocently, in those times when women are getting to know your limits. For example, you might communicate something clearly, such as a need for personal space, or maybe it's a boundary around discussing prior sexual experiences. But instead of being acknowledged, your clarity is met with resistance, sometimes in the form of probing questions, other times it's maybe passive-aggressive remarks, or maybe even just subtle emotional appeal. So you continue to discuss the issue, hoping that a more detailed explanation will help. Maybe you restate your reasoning, maybe you try to add more context, and even try to soften your delivery. When that still doesn't resolve the issue, you try again, and eventually you find yourself questioning a decision that you were once confident about. What's happening in these situations isn't just a communication breakdown. After several instances, these situations have great potential to reduce your leadership and your personal value. See, the more often we explain the same boundary, the more we signal uncertainty, even when we speak with conviction. From her perspective, repeated justification often communicates that your stance is negotiable and it's not rooted in solid principle. And over time, that repeated negotiation wears you down because your energy was drained after explaining the same thing over and over. And research tells us that this cycle has consequences, such that frustration from this decision fatigue leads to impulsivity and reduces self-regulation, meaning that as you continue to explain and defend what should already be clear, the more you're likely to concede, not necessarily out of changing your own values or for appeasement, but quite simply from pure exhaustion. And once that pattern takes hold, it reinforces itself because she learns, consciously or not, that your boundaries shift if she simply continues to challenge time. In many struggling relationships, one partner becomes the emotional educator. That's the one who's always explaining and guiding the conversation, while the other becomes the emotional consumer, without contributing to the solution or heading toward resolution. This is not at all uncommon in newer relationships during that learning phase. But when this imbalance becomes the norm, the relationship loses its sense of mutual respect. Often, the educator becomes drained from over-explaining, while the consumer becomes dependent on external direction rather than developing it internally. The solution is to become more intentional. When you speak with firm clarity and that clarity is not respected, then repeating yourself doesn't create more understanding. Instead, it often invites more debate or over-explanation. Even if it's uncomfortable, explaining a boundary once with a firm tone is healthy. But repeating it 4 or 5 times, especially in a short period of time, turns the conversation into a negotiation rather than a statement of values. Of course, this doesn't mean that you dismiss her feelings or refuse to engage in healthy discussion or to refuse to grow in the relationship. But it does mean that it's important to recognize the line between healthy discussion and emotional frustration through decision fatigue. When a decision has been clearly communicated and your reasons should be understood, even if she doesn't agree with them, it's appropriate to reinforce the boundary through action rather than repetition. The first step is to reframe your approach instead of rephrasing your point. Do it calmly and state the importance of the boundary and the need for it to be respected. Let her know that you're not asking for permission and that you're not trying to change her values either. You're asserting the standard by which you choose to live and choosing to disengage from cycles that drain you unnecessarily. If you find yourself in this situation and you're interested in continuing the relationship, but the pattern has become concerning, you can reestablish your expectations with a clear statement along the lines of, you dismissed the same boundary more than once and expected me to keep explaining it. I want to make it clear that we continue together only if you're willing to respect what's already been made clear. A response like that resets the dynamics and it invites cooperation while giving her the opportunity to either accept your expectations or she can decide that she's unwilling to by removing herself from the relationship entirely. Ultimately, the strength of masculine communication is not in repetition, it's in clarity followed by consistency. So let me know your thoughts about decision fatigue in relationships and constantly explaining or justifying expectations. Does this nail it or am I off on some of the aspects? For more resources, check the links in the video description and you'll also find my contacts there as well. I'll see you next time.
Skad Barans! Dumles! Angva Grimazul! Zista Ardugal Arabrik! Durung Andreng! Migdalastok! Aksuardugal! Not sneaky enough! Doomskulki! Abdernu Gruta Shanunku! Banu! Sister Ardugal Arable! Zisorim! Utsargu Ardugal! Amarartun! Wananbaras! Hapru! Sul una jar! Gruntagro! Absebusan Suminu! Wankara Zibartu Fazarnagront!
Take what's there. The gods might compel. Understood.
There's a difference between being honest and being exposed. And in the early stages of dating, too many men confuse transparency with trust, so they end up dumping financial details in an attempt to signal stability, status, or their own importance. But in reality, when oversharing about income, debt, investments, or lifestyle habits too soon, that's not necessarily building communication. Instead, what it does is it surrenders authority. And once that's gone, you don't get to take it back. Hey, I'm Todd, and thanks for stopping by. I'm a researcher, a psychologist, and I wanted to take a moment to talk about something that a lot of men misplay when they're dating, and that's how much financial information they give early on. According to privacy management research, once you disclose personal information, especially about money, you've handed her a kind of power that makes it really hard to take back. In this video, we're going to look at why smart men wait and how saying less about your finances early on protects your values and your respect. So let's talk about guarding your boundaries. The psychological context of this dynamic is communication privacy management theory, which informs us that private information operates within boundaries that we set and regulate. So the moment you disclose something is loaded as finances, it becomes co-owned information in that relationship. That means that she now holds your private data, and with it, the ability to use that information to shape expectations, evaluate your worth, or to outright manipulate the direction of the relationship. It's not a question of whether or not she's a good person or if she's trustworthy. It's about strategy, control, and timing. Think of it like this. You wouldn't give your car keys to a stranger just because they smiled at you. No, people would have to earn your complete trust first. So give a lot of consideration before handing over access to your financial interior just because a woman shared something about her student loans, maybe how much she spent on her last vacation, or other details. Her openness is not a command for you to do the same, and many times it's a test to get you talking. So keep in mind that her sharing is your intel, not an invitation. That's the trap that many men fall into, and many times it's baited with the illusion of emotional reciprocity. She starts talking about maybe her 401k, maybe her credit card debt, or her life savings goals, and you assume that the right thing to do is to meet her halfway. But that instinct is wrong and nearly always backfires, especially in today's culture of transactional relationships. Her vulnerability doesn't require yours in return. If she's offering you a look into her financial information, take that as a gift of information and keep your mouth shut. If she's willing to share her own finances, just sit back and take note. Ask yourself questions like, how does she talk about money? Does she seem grounded and responsible, or is she impulsive and entitled? Those are your opportunities to observe, not to audition for her. Research in relationship development warns about the risks of premature intimacy. And there's a difference between especially when the content of disclosure involves power-laden information like finances. And you open that vault too early, you invite imbalance. Because now she's building expectations about what your life together should look like before having even earned the right to be there. Once she knows about things like your earning potential, the game shifts, often dramatically. Maybe she no longer wants to drive her Hyundai because she knows you can afford something better. Maybe she starts asking less about your values and more about your vacation plans. Many times this happens overtly, although it can be done quietly, even subconsciously. But either way, the moment you expose your financial ceiling, she starts constructing a spending floor for her own lifestyle. And if that expectation forms before trust and emotional investment are solidified, you've transformed from a man to means. And this is why your silence in those situations is not just a restraint. It's a good strategy. What do you do when she pushes for information about your earnings or your spending or your financial goals? Because she will. If a woman is interested in your lifestyle, your potential earning, your financial goals, and she's going to dig. She might do it gently, through jokes or curiosity, or she might outright press harder, asking direct questions about salary, debt, assets, maybe property that you own. And I want you to hear this. You do not owe her answers. Instead, calmly and confidently, say something like, I take my financial privacy seriously, and I tend to share more once trust is established. If she respects that, then she's showing maturity. But if she gets irritated, if she pushes harder, or if she uses emotional pressure to guilt you into more disclosure, then you've got your answer, and it's not a good one. The women who get upset when you won't share early are not necessarily angry about the boundary itself. They're frustrated because they haven't gained the leverage that they were fishing for. One of the lesser-known side effects of financial oversharing is that it also messes with emotional polarity. When you lead with your resources, she stops responding to your energy and your personality. Instead, she begins responding to your provisioning, what you can do for her, rather than who you are when you're with her. And the relationship becomes transactional, even if it's shrouded in romance. Once that polarity shifts, it's almost always impossible to get back. You'll start to notice that you're planning every dinner, you're paying for every trip, and filling up her gas tank, because you gave her reason to expect that it's your role to do so. If you're still interested in being with her, but you feel the need to reset the tone, tell her something like, you've tried to steer the conversation toward my finances multiple times before trust was earned, and that's not okay with me. If you keep pushing for that level of access before it's appropriate, I'll assume that you're more interested in my wallet than in the relationship itself. But if the pattern continues, or it gets worse, maybe she uses early emotional vulnerability to manipulate you into financial disclosure, then it's simply time to walk away. Tell her, you know what, you used your own disclosure or manipulation to dig into my finances way too early, and I'm not going to keep entertaining someone who plays that kind of game. I wish you the best, and let her go. Men who lead don't need to advertise what's in their account. They know their value is not in the numbers, but in their own discipline. So remember, your ability to withhold information until it's earned is a show of self-control, not scarcity or not secrecy. It means you regulate the flow of intimacy and access. Because the truth is that when a woman opens up early, it's either signaling trust or she's trying to force yours. And your job is to know the difference. So the next time a woman you meet brings up finances on date 3, just sip your coffee, tilt your head slightly, and listen. She's showing her cards, but you don't have to show yours. Not yet. Not until you know that she's there for you and not your wallet. And until then, talk less and listen more. So let me know your thoughts about sharing financial information in the dating pool. When is a good time for those disclosures? For more information, more resources, check the links in my contacts in the video description, and I hope to see you next time.
Gandar Hangul.
Nearly 5 million actively dating women in America are on the T app. I've reviewed numbers from the US Census, Pew Research surveys, major media, and T-Breach reports to give you the warning no one else is discussing. The numbers that turn this from a gossip story to a full-blown map of your very real risks. I'm Todd. I'm an author and a psychologist who supports men in dating and relationships, and I hope that this content earns your subscription. Now, let's dig in. With part number 1, let's look at the numbers. Now, I've checked everything here multiple times, but if I seem to have made an error, please let me know. Multiple outlets, including Reuters and the Associated Press, have confirmed that T has between 4 and 4.6 million women using the app, with ABC News recently reporting that there's 4 million, with another 900,000 waiting in line. So let's call it 4.9 million women on the app. According to US Census Bureau population data, the total number of people in the United States ages 20 to 49, as shown in this table, is 131.57 million. And half of them, that's 65.8 million, are women. The exact percentage of women ages 20 to 49 who are single is difficult to confirm. It's safe to estimate that of the 65.8 million women in that age range, approximately 50%, or 33.6 million, are single. Now, about 12.7 million, or 38% of those single women, are actively dating, based on Pew Research and other sources in which single adults self-reported actively looking for a partner, or they were dating regularly. So we've narrowed it all down to 12.7 million women between the ages of 20 and 49 who are single and actively dating. If 4.9 million of those 12.7 million are single and actively dating on the T app, as reported by ABC News, the AP, and other major outlets, that's 36% of all actively dating women between the ages of 20 and 49 on the app. That's more than 1 in 3. Now let that sink in. More than 1 in 3 of the women you meet are on the T app. And the number is only growing, because despite the breach and the controversy, women continue to sign up. Now, before we get into busting women's dating myths and what it all means for those of you who are not even dating, let's estimate the odds that you are in the system. If each of those 4.9 million women on the app brought in an average of only 1.5 men, that's 7.3 million different men being discussed in the app against his will, and again, without his knowledge. And now, nearly 5 million women know all about his dating history. Moving on, just like we did with the women a moment ago. Half of the US population between the ages of 20 and 49 is male, which means there are 65.8 million men within the age range of 20 and 49, just like the women. As with the women, the exact number of single men ages 20 to 49 is difficult to pin down because of age ranges that are reported. But using Pew's data in this graph as a guide, in addition to knowing that approximately 50% of women in that age range are single, we'll use that same rate of 50% being single to estimate that 33.6 million of the men in that age range are also single, just like the women. And if 61% of the 33.6 million single men ages 20 to 49 are actively dating as estimated and reported here, that's 20.5 million single men in that age range who are single and actively dating. When we divide the estimated 7.3 million men that women bring into the app at a rate of 1.5 per woman by the 20.5 million single men who are actively dating, it tells us that there's a 35.6% chance that a guy has been exposed, if each woman on the app brought in an average of just 1.5 guys. But what if women brought in more than just 1.5 guys each? What if each woman added 3 guys into the app, on average? If each woman on the app brought in an average of 3 men into the app, then the number of men added into it increases to 14.7 million, and their odds of showing up in the app doubles to over 72%. Furthermore, that means that you are twice as likely to be on the app than is the woman you're talking to. And for those of you in dense urban and suburban areas where T usage is likely higher than the rural areas, the odds of overlap climb even further. You might think that you're meeting someone brand new, but now that we know what we know, please understand that there's a great chance she's already heard a curated version of your dating history before you even shelled out $200 for that chance to meet her. And I'm here to tell you that the only reason you're on that app is because someone is trashing you. So when you hear about the T breach, it's not just a story about leaked dating experiences. It's a story about how many women are in that network, how far their conversations reach, and the very, very real odds, possibly 70% or more, that you are one of the men being discussed.
Then choose the pool.
Drinking shot. Waddle para Marcus Grunzen! Ringen! Dragoon victory! Zulu Mancher! Thunderhum! Isgors! Party! No ab Uskur! Brongi! Akbin Wutas! Astragoth Zulahu! Mestragam! Nai no water parictos! Cafetada! Drangi! Gatgoy! Drinking shot!
Oh my god. Astragoth with 1500 kills.
Suanunku Asho Asum Achasut Rukun Tordertum Pais Atru Wa Etraco da Vitrais Okrum Astragoth Zulahua He's Astragoth! Hashut Thou! Chasut Ampaeg! One son! School! Brinko Ash! Reisu Anunku Asho! Zulu Mancer! Ah! Gardas Backstabber! Ta Waddlepara Grungi! Ta Shorts Thou! Ringem!
Move him!
Ma'am! Skedaddle! Na ye no waddle! On my wise! Astragoth Zulahua! Takaza!
Razoo! Ice Hangra! Hangra!
Drinking shot! Zulu Mancer!
Rise, Hangra!
Grunturia!
Gatekube! Uzel Kende Dengi!
Ojana
Drop!
Presu Anuntu Asho! Drinking shot! Bizarre! Ashot Thou! Ringem! He's Astragoth! Sending Dadrin! Takaza!
Oh my god, I killed myself.
Tagratsulu Kals! He's Astragoth! Keep moving! Grunden! Party! Otto! Astragoth Zulahua! Veilmancy! Ojanagrund!
Denchusepo! Traxar Dengi!
Grunturia!
Gartenda!
Ashot Thou! Agri!
Hangra!
Ta
Waddlebarek Rungi. He's Astragoth. He's Drinking Sash. Grundtoria. Bailmancy. Agri.
Bro, this is the most vibe I've gotten.
Moving. Asutrin. Astragoth Zulahu. Bagrund. Send him that green. He's Astragoth. Ring him.
Fucking good. Just trying out. Oh my god, 120.79 value. Actually insane. Yeah, that expensive is slow. Is that armor? What is Astragoth though? Oh, Custom Mantle. Oh, I'll give him a cursed armor. And he'll be tanky. Dude, that has to be our road. 132.77 value. Oh wow, they got 2,000 bucks. Also 2,000 bucks. Trash. Good. 57.48 is 2-unit game.
How you doing, Nick? Nice to meet you. So basically, I came my golf cart right here.
Like inside or outside?
No, inside. Yeah, definitely inside. Inside, and we came home from a work event in Vegas on. When was this? Labor Day. So Sunday we came home. My wife noticed that it was gone, but she figured I was just all modded up. She figured that I was just doing something with it. So she told me yesterday, hey, you know, I haven't seen the golf cart in the garage. And I was like, oh shit. So I went out here, and obviously it's not here. So I didn't know. No, but sometimes she does because she's a woman. She told me. No, she said she did it. I don't have any cameras or anything like that either. But I mean, she's not notorious for it. But I mean, sometimes she does. But it had to. If we came back from Vegas, it had to happen when we were gone. Labor Day weekend.
Did anything else inside look messy or out in the garage look messy?
No, literally, no, not at all. But I counted on my footage. I counted off. So we got married about 4 months ago, and we have like I don't even know how many $1,000s worth of wedding gifts here. And I counted it. It looks like all my boxes are here too. But I have to go through the registry list and recount. But I was looking at all my tools, my jacks and stuff. All that stuff is here. But yeah, so
everything is here.
I mean, for the most part, I mean, this is just like in like a train right now.
Can you pull this garage down?
Yeah, pull.
Let's keep it. Are you good? You good back up? Can you open this without the garage being open? Excuse me? Can you open this by hand?
So when I first got into this unit, you could, and then I had somebody.
That's the golf when the golf cart was on.
Oh, like when I came back? No, I used to sit in my car right here.
Just open it, like when you left, right? Okay. When you left, when you came back, are you able? Is somebody able to open it without pressing the button or quicker? Because it doesn't.
Honestly, I'd be lying. I've never tried. Like try to open it? Yeah,
Because I'm gonna be honest with you, if somebody would steal a golf cart, they'll steal all this shit. Right? You got a Yeti cooler, which is expensive. You have a blower, you have all this shit right here.
I know.
There's no signs in the garage, so somebody opened it.
I know.
And your car right there, right?
No, this car was gone at the airport.
I'm saying when you left, you parked.
No, I took this to the airport.
You got in your car to go to the airport. Where's your car parked here?
when I got in my car to leave. Yeah, it was in the park. I mean, if you're parked right there, you're staring at your garage. If it was open, you know it. No, I know. Yeah, definitely. I don't think it was open. That's what I'm trying to figure out how somebody would take your golf cart. If this was closed and there's nothing else besides the car. Well, I have a door right there too. But that leads to your house, no? No, it leads to a hallway. Oh, okay. I thought this connected. Let's go look. Oh, yeah. No, this leads to like there's like a whole thing right here. This leads right here. And also one thing, I usually don't really lock this, honestly, that's on me. But one thing I did want to show you that I noticed is, I mean, you can see it from the way, but if you close this never used to be able to do this, look. Like it's still closed, but it's doing that. That's, I don't know if that's normal or what, but in my opinion, I've never been able to see that before. You said there's a chance you open this door. Yeah. I usually never lock this, honestly. That's completely on me. And then, so I guess there's no other place that you could put the golf cart, like maybe. Oh, no, it stays right here. I looked up literally, there's a charger right here. No, but I'm saying, there's no, you didn't drop it off at your wife said to someone to get it hooked up? No, it was already all done. Everything was all done. I had to lock stuff out. And then you want to report it stolen? Yeah, definitely. You can see that whole part, you can see fire trucks and everything. Do you have some serial number for the golf cart? I have my insurance part of my phone. Yeah, yes, sir. You don't have a serial number? No, I haven't part yet. Yeah, because I had everything modified. So battery was different. I had to get battery phone accessories. It's a 4-seater, they all face forward. I had aftermarket speakers, so I think it's events for work. So I'm like, so I'm gonna be honest with you. If somebody stole this golf cart, this is the first thing that I would do. If they know what crate better, at least they get it cooler. I mean, so anybody, get it cool is expensive. Just grab it quick. Well, if I'm a thief, we're grabbing like drastic tools and shit. No, I'm with you, but you're 100% sure you didn't borrow 1 million? You never said at work, maybe? No. You don't let anybody borrow? No. Anybody has access to the garage? No, just me and my wife, that's it. Nobody else comes in here. I mean, you can see how this is my dojo. Oh, yeah, sure, no. This is my dojo. I come in here like this. Let's look at the thing so we can get a serial number. That we, yeah, we're going to pull it from my, unfortunately, if we can't get a serial number, we won't be able to like input into the system. So. No, I got you. No, I'll be able to. Because I had a street legal and everything, so I had a serial number because I had insurance, I had a license plate on the thing and everything. So like, I have that insurance, so that's how we got pulled over about that. This might be a stretch, but are we able to see his golf cart code from the property? Do me a favor, raise your right hand for me. Are you sure for the thumbs to the Yes, sir. So we went to Vegas on the 28th on Thursday. Okay. And then when we came home from Vegas, which was on Sunday, we went in a 75th birthday party at Fiorella's. We got home. She says that she knew, she noticed it was gone, but it was being worked on. Okay. So I didn't know anything about it. She came to my work today, because it was a short week, so Monday. She came to my work today, and she said, hey, where's the golf cart? I said, what do you mean? And she said, well, I noticed we got home from Vegas, but it wasn't there. And I was like, well, it should definitely be there. So I got home and it was gone and called you guys. You remember anything about golf cart? What's your neighbors? Golf cart with neighbors? No. You ever put the golf cart with your neighbors? Garage? Taking the plate off? Yesterday? It was yesterday. You remember what you did back in July or in Vegas? You have to remember what you did yesterday. Yeah. Oh, fuck, man. Listen, you're not a stupid guy. I know. It's not like you didn't remember that you put it in there. It was yesterday. What are you trying to get to? Are you trying to do some type of insurance? Like, what are you trying to do? No, I mean, honestly, I think it's insured with that. Dude, honestly, believe it or not, I mean, obviously it's not gonna be me, but genuinely just. Why did you play off golf? Well, play off golf because it's sitting in my neighbor's garage. So you knew that? What's that? You knew it was. Yeah. Why you have reports on it if you know it's in? No, I'm literally just now, like. So I'm gonna do one more. You know the neighborhood has cameras up. Yeah. Maybe one more opportunity to come up. What are you trying to do? Okay. So. It's expensive. Like, what are you trying to do? No. One more opportunity. Yes, sir. So I've been having a lot of problems with the golf cart. It's just becoming like an endless pit, and I wanted it to honestly just be gone. I didn't know where to put it. I didn't know where to park it. I asked my neighbor for his space. He said, yeah. So I put it there. But it's not even like insured. Okay. But why are you trying to put it still? I actually just get rid of it. Yeah. But you need your whole storage. You ever been restless? Never in my life. Where's the place for the color? It would probably be in my office. I don't remember putting my belt back or not, honestly. Now, run me exactly what happened yesterday. Okay. The guy who was talking about, I'm gonna pick it up and, no, I don't know. So I have like a secondary level guy who deals with like it's just going on with it, honestly. So I honestly just want to get rid of it. So I asked him if he had space, so I just put it in there. And then honestly, I was just so tired of having to repair it. And now we're back rid of it. Left it in there. I really owe nothing on it at all. I mean, you're putting in the traditions here. I know. Saying that you don't know where the buffer is, and someone stole it. I mean, you're sitting in my face telling me that you don't know where it is, that it was stolen. I know, yeah. And you gave me a voice for someone saying, does your girlfriend know anything about this? Well, my wife. Your wife. So she knows anything about this? Does she know the fucking? No. I'm honestly. So, I've never messed around. I have no idea what I'm thinking right now. I'm really losing my mind. So you said it's giving you issues, you why not just like sell it or something? Instead of publicly selling it. What was your plan? Because you're reporting it stolen. It's not going to get rid of it. It's still half of the day. It's still going to get issues. So what's your plan? Can I report it? Insurance? Well, I didn't know if I was going to, like, my insurance premium was going to go up. I had to go on that. Like if I might not purchase another one, because I really love it, I'll just go get another one. I didn't know if my insurance premium would go up if I had 2 dollars on my policy, so I just figured if I stay rid of it. I've never been through it in my life. Yeah, let's go back to it. Okay. Go get it. How you doing? Good. I'm already okay. I'm required to warn you before making statements. You have the constitutional right. You have the right to remain silent and answer any questions. These statements can be must be freely voluntarily given. You have the right to the presence and representation of a lawyer before you make any statements. If you're not a court lawyer, you're entitled to the presence and representation of a court appointed lawyer before you make any statements and any question. If at any time during the evening you're not wishing to answer any questions, you're privileged to remain silent and can make no promises. Conclusions making any statements. Any statements can be used against your court lawyer rights. Those rights are yours. Yes. Yes. Hi. Run me from when you a couple hours before you had the idea of putting it. Like, what made you decide you were going to do this? Like, from you put it what there? Wednesday night? Tuesday night? Today is Friday. Yesterday was Thursday. Today was Wednesday night. From there to now. Honestly, just concentrating on my offense. Just like, let's get rid of this. Get off insurance. Let's say goodbye to this. Why did you take license plate? Because I was like, why not? Use that license. But with what money? Were you gonna? What's that? What money? Were you gonna use the money that you get from insurance? Because if it has insurance on it, it has theft. So if you get stolen. I genuinely have no idea if it has theft. Well, when we were over there, you said that if I find it, my insurance, and you guys will know it. Who'll be the first one to know if I find it? Well, yep. Are you gonna call your insurance after this? Call my insurance. You're gonna call your insurance after I left and say, hey, my golf cart got stolen. Is that your plan? Is that part of your plan? No, I just want to get it off of my thing. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. Listen, no problem. I'm so tired of going to jail right now. I'm so sorry. After when you fill out the paperwork and I was leaving, well, you said if I find it, you and my insurance will be the first one to know. Yeah, because I'll be insured. It's going to go more on. I just want to call my insurance. Here's my bed. Can you place under arrest for 5 minutes? Okay. You understand? You want to leave your watch and everything in your house? I'm going to let you watch it. You want to do that? Do I need to? No, you can. Whatever you want to do. You're going to get it back. Okay. Can you tell me how the rest of the process plays out? Yeah, this is good. I'll stay as is. Give your phone, now you're watching all that stuff? Well, you can, I just thought it'd be too hard to take my watch off, that's all. Just go whatever you want. I just don't know if I'm allowed to have my phone or not. I mean, you're not having to sell it. Don't give it to me now. You want to take it or leave it? Whatever. I've never done, man. Make a choice. I'll take it. I'll take it.
I grew up here. I live right across the street. I'm going to the bar that I want to go in to see all of my friends. You're not going to the bar. I'm not going here. What are you putting me on the ground for?
You were given every single chance you possibly could have got.
She was mean. She was fucking mean. I live here. She was mean.
It's 1 a.m. at a bar in Destin, Florida, where one woman has overstayed her welcome.
I grew up here. I live right across the street. I'm going to the bar that I want to go in to see all of my friends. You're not going to the bar. I'm not going here. I can't go to the bar? No. For what reason?
What do you not understand about no?
I'm saying that I grew up here. I know everybody here.
Can we trespass or no?
How you doing, Nick? Nice to meet you. So basically, I came about right here. Like inside or outside? No, inside. Yeah, definitely inside. Inside and never in my life. You don't remember anything about Butler? What's your name?
July 3rd, 2024, authorities announced that a father living on a houseboat was arrested after investigators uncovered evidence of illegal activity and inappropriate things aboard the vessel.
Just so you know, I am recording the interview, so I guess I'm just going to give you a little heads up. There is an open investigation regarding Eric. You don't.
Jeremy Peter Williams was 49, the principal of Rainier Junior Senior High School in Oregon, a role built on trust and responsibility. But on August 28th, 2025, cyber tips about suspected child material led investigators to an IP address in Longview, Washington. That address belonged to Williams.
Hey, Jeremy. Oh. Jeremy? Yeah. All right, how you come out here and chat with me real quick? I catch you at like your gym time?
Something for you? Okay. Something? I haven't, like, I've been on Discord since then, and I won't do that.
Jeremy Peter Williams was 49, the principal of Rainier Junior Senior High School in Oregon, a role built on trust and responsibility. But on August 28th, 2025, cyber tips about suspected child material led investigators to an IP address in Longview, Washington. That address belonged to Williams.
Hey, Jeremy. Oh. Jeremy? Yeah. All right, how you come out here and chat with me real quick? I catch you at like your gym time or something? Yeah, I'm gonna mow the lawn. Okay, well, just take off over here real quick. Just real quick, let you know I am audio video recording. Actually, we all are, spy camera stuff. Any idea why we're here today? Okay. I'm gonna be real upfront with you. You are under arrest right now. Oh. There's one of two things we can do. Either we can just go ahead and run you out of jail and go about our business. I have a search warrant to go through the house as well. Yeah. The alternative is you can come back, you can have a conversation with me at the office. Maybe give you an opportunity to maybe give your side of it or maybe feel heard. Just kind of up to you how you want to play it. What is this for? Across the last couple of months, we've received some information through some various sources about your
I came here to play fighting, my main challenge is the answer. My game in my face, out in a new way, find you to my passion. Don't care what you want from me, cause I'ma do my own thing anyway, yeah. I'm fearless and new, but you crazy, coming up my way. Stepping down highway, highway. Welcome to my place, my stage. Go from zero straight to hero, cause I gotta be today, okay. What you looking at, 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 I'm fearless, huh? You should get the way, get the way, oh, you gotta pay, gonna pay. You should get the way, get the way, I'm fearless, huh? Welcome to my place, my stage. Go from zero straight to hero, cause I gonna be today, okay. What you looking at, 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 I'm fearless, huh? You should get the way, get the way, oh you gonna pay, gonna pay. You should get the way, get the way, I'm fearless, huh? I'm fearless, huh? Listen, gotta face that mission. I gotta pay back. Bring it, read my name back. I'm fearless, huh? What you looking at? 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 I'm fearless, huh? You should get away, get away. Oh, you gonna pay, gonna pay. You should get away, get away. I'm fearless, huh?
drums, boys!
Dream. Sueña.
I came here to play fighting, my vision is the answer.
My enemy, my face out, and then you wait, find my passion.
Don't care what you want from me, cause I'ma do my own thing anyway, yeah.
I'm feeling so new, but you crazy coming up next.
Stepping down highway, highway. Welcome to my place, my stage. Go from zero straight to hero, cause I
Gonna be today, okay. Gonna be today, okay.
What you looking at? 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 I'm fearless, huh?
You should get the rate, get the rate. What you gonna pay? Gonna pay. You should get the rate, get the
The girl said you rubbed her on the leg and said that she had nice legs.
Yeah,
maybe
she
maybe
was skinny. I don't like fat women.
Hey, how are you doing?
Good. What's up?
Hey, listen, the reason why we're here is we're investigating an incident that took place down at Beef O'Brady's.
Today I was there 1.5 times.
1.5 times? What does that mean?
I'm looking at the waitress.
Okay.
She's cute.
Okay. Did you talk to the waitress at all?
No. That's why I left the second time.
Okay.
She knows me.
She knows you?
Everyone knows Larry the Cable Guy. I don't understand why you're knocking on my door.
Okay, so like I said, we're investigating an incident that took place down there where you are being alleged to have grabbed a female by her. Does that sound about right?
Today? No.
No? Was there another time?
Yes.
Okay.
She was an employee, and it wasn't at Beef O'Brady's. I can show you pictures.
Pictures of what?
The cute little girl that I grabbed her.
At Beef O'Brady's?
No.
Okay. Okay. We're gonna ask you to step outside, Liz. We've got a deputy coming who's been conducting this investigation. She knows everything.
Actually, it's colder outside. I have to put on some pants. You can step inside, and I'll put on pants. You can watch me.
Any firearms inside?
Right here.
Yeah. Okay.
You have this?
Oh, I see.
Okay, that's the only weapon I have.
Yeah. Okay.
Knives for carving up.
Understood.
One, dodge. You can step inside. You, pilot, you stay out here.
You got it.
Deal?
Deal. Let's find
You're done.
Just keep the door open. Let's find some clothes.
Can you tell me what you were wearing earlier today?
Exactly.
Oh, you were wearing this whole outfit.
Bingo.
Awesome, fantastic. Hey, did this happen today?
He came in today looking for her.
Were you wearing like a black cocktail dress?
That was the 15th.
He's got a picture of them together, and he talked about it, and he admitted to it. So have him show you the picture.
Okay.
Would you be willing to answer some questions? She has some questions about what's happened, I guess, a couple days ago. You showed me a picture, right? Can you show her that picture? Would you be willing to do that?
No.
Okay.
What are you accusing me of?
Okay, I'm not accusing you of anything. I'm investigating an incident that was alleged to have happened. The girls that work there, they're wearing cocktail dresses, and they went in and asked about taking a picture with you because you're a regular with them. The other deputies have seen a picture on your phone
Yes.
pertaining to that. Okay, so that's what I want to talk to you about.
I was in there. No, they just happened to be dressed up. I showed you pictures.
Okay. So you go there 2 or 3 times a week, or
yeah,
okay,
roughly.
Yeah. All right. So do you remember that night?
Actually, after my mother passed away, I have a hard time sleeping at night. Insomnia. 100% I can say no.
Okay, that night, one of the girls said that you rubbed her leg and said that she has nice legs. Do you remember that?
No, I don't 100% remember that.
Okay.
But you saw my picture.
I did. Can you show me that? I'm sure she would like to see it. It'd probably be beneficial. Would you want to show her?
After this incident happened, there was witnesses that. I'm sorry, were you going to say something?
What incident?
The girl said you rubbed her on the leg and said that she had nice legs.
Yeah,
maybe
she was skinny.
Okay.
I don't like fat women.
Okay. All right. So.
Can I just snag a photo of that? With that?
No.
No? Oh, okay.
All right. So.
That's fine.
The next alleged incident was the girl said that you grabbed her on the. It was also witnessed by other people who went and told the manager, and the manager said that she spoke with you about that.
She mentioned that I grabbed her ass, and I said yes, that there was nothing bad meant about it.
Okay.
So you grabbed on, but it was playful. Is that what we're saying?
It was exactly. She had a nice outfit, and I couldn't resist.
Okay.
There was anything further. I didn't grab her breasts. I didn't do anything, as far as I'm concerned. Pinching a girl is not illegal. The manager said, "Don't do that." I said, "I'm fine with that," and I walked out.
Okay. Did anyone lead you to believe, or did she tell you that it was okay? Did she say, "Hey, if this picture grabbed it'll make me smile," or anything like that? Or I know it seems like a ridiculous question, but okay, very good.
Okay, so the manager indicated that when she told you that they were underage, you said that you did not care. Thank you for telling me, but I do not care.
That's probably came out of my mouth.
Okay. Here's the reason why we're here. It's actually against the law to touch someone against their will. It's called battery.
The manager told me that, but I didn't realize that when it happened.
All right, so the concern that they have is that they said that you've made 2 other trips back into the restaurant, looked around to see if she was there, and then left.
Negative.
Okay.
I have a thing for another waitress that works during the daytime. She knows me.
Okay.
You probably already
Have you already spoken to Megan?
I've not. Okay, so.
Can I ask what you're drinking? Oh, it's just water. Good.
All right,
Turn
take
on
these out of your pockets.
For what?
So you're under arrest.
Yep, for what?
For battery.
Battery.
Can I have a little more water, please?
I'd really prefer. I'd be afraid of spilling it on you. Where we're going, they'll have water. Okay. Just spread your feet forward. Thank you.
On a separate date, Larry returned to the bar and police received reports that he struck 2 people with his car while attempting to flee from staff. Officers then arrived to question witnesses about the incident.
He always comes in here like all the time. So now when he comes in, I don't serve him because of the remarks he's made to me. For instance, he was talking about my card, and then he was like asking my coworker if I was on the menu and stuff like that. He came in, and I was taking someone else's order in the drive-thru. Jaden was taking his order, and he asked for a 2-scoop, and Jaden was taking it. Well, he told Jaden he wanted that ice cream on the bottom, and then this ice cream on top. So Jaden had made it. And then when Jaden had bring it out, Jaden was like, it's $7.04 for the 2 scoops. And he was like, no, that's not the price. Jaden's like, yeah, it is. Like, I work here. I know the prices are. He's like, well, the girl that works on Sundays gives me a deal. And he's like, well, I'm working now and I can't give you a deal on anything. We're not allowed to do that. And he was like, he started hollering, well, I'm not paying for it. And Jaden was like, okay, well, I can't take it back. He already started thinking off. Well, he paid for it. He threw the money down at Jaden and paid for it. Well, then he was still talking to Jaden and was like, where's your manager at? Come tomorrow. You guys are fired. Shut this business down. Blah blah blah. And I was like, okay, sir, like you can leave now. Like, you got your ice cream. Like, I'm trying to take care of other people.
The car. Where was it at? Walk me over where the car was at.
With him, and that's when he pulled up. I had a mental problem with paying him as much as he was charging me.
So what happened? You ran into somebody with your car?
No, the guy wouldn't get out of my way. And
so you hit him with your car?
I didn't hit him. If I hit him, he'd be going to a hospital. There's no injuries. I'd like to apologize, but I can't.
So I'm being told that they didn't want you over there because I guess you've been talking to some females. Is that true?
On Sunday, the female girl charges me $3 and change for 2 scoops. This guy charged me $7.
Did they ask you not to be there?
Yes, and I went to leave.
Okay. How did it go from they asking you not to be there to you?
I was in there. No, they just happened to be dressed up. I showed you pictures.
Okay. So you go there 2 or 3 times a week, or
yeah,
okay,
roughly.
Yeah. All right. So do you remember that night?
Actually, after my mother passed away, I have a hard time sleeping at night. Insomnia. 100% I can say.
I just walked in, I was sweating. So hey, what's hiring here? Yes, I'm getting hiring here. That's okay, I'm going to wipe my face off and come back. That's right here. So wipe my face off and came back. I'm staying here with Will because I know that I'm doing it. Trying to say, hey, I did something. I showed him all my clothes, showed him everything, and that was it.
Can you see the photo?
Phone's over there.
Oh, yeah. Definitely see photos.
I want to ask you a question to clarify which one's
Okay, so right now you're being detained because we're investigating the crime that's alleged, okay? Right. 1 second. So before we can ask any questions, you have to read your rights, okay? So how old are you? 24. You're 24. Why do you need to call your mom right now?
I'm calling my mom because I have other cases to do. I went in the bathroom, wiped my face off, and I was coming on the plane and come back out here. I went back out here. The dude stopped me right there. Not him, but the other guy stopped me and said, hey, would you want to go in the bathroom? I said, no. He said, okay, my daughter said she's seen your book. He just stopped me. I'm not sure about what for.
Okay, and where's your backpack?
Right here.
Can I see it? Thank you, okay. I'm just going to put it over here, okay? All right, so you said you didn't go to the women's bathroom?
There's a camera in all of this.
Perfect. Okay, so we review the cameras, right?
Yep.
So you have everything coming in and all that. We're not going to see you enter the women's bathroom. So we're trying to figure out what's going on with their legs. So if I review the video camera right now, because they're going to show us the video, I'm not going to see you enter the
You're going to see me look at it, but you're not going to see me
I'm going to see you look at it.
Yes.
Anything else I'm going to see in that video? So be honest with me.
I opened the door. I looked at the women's bathroom. I did not open the door.
So at no point did you enter the women's bathroom. At no point did you videotape anybody in the women's bathroom. You don't have your ID? So how are you going to apply for a job and look for jobs if you don't have your ID in your car?
I was going to go there, ask for the application, fill out the application, and go through the ID process. I was going to
During the child's initial interview, she told officers the suspect had a red phone with 2 gold rings on the back. But what seemed like an easy case soon took an unexpected turn, forcing officers to try a risky investigative tactic.
How long would you say you were in the bathroom?
For no longer than 3 minutes.
3?
I have to ask, but do you have cameras in there? Wish I did. I want to make sure it's clear. You see that men's bathroom there? And you see the women's bathroom over to the left? Look, oh yeah, right there. You say you never went in there? No. This one. I'm asking you a specific question. You did or did you not go into the bathroom?
I walked in here. I didn't go all the way in there.
Video something going in the door closed.
Yeah, I was running in there.
I didn't open that door. If I open that door, walk inside, door closed, walk back out. Get out the inside the women's bathroom? Yes. Okay. So you did the same thing. My question is, did you go into the women's bathroom? Is that a yes or a no? Yes. Okay. Why would you say that? You specifically asked you, did you go into the women's bathroom? Your answer was? So why would you say that?
I didn't go in his door. I didn't go.
Well, you come back out. It wasn't in and out. It was like this. And you come back out. I'm looking at the video on the time. How long you in there?
Maybe like 10 seconds. I'm not sure.
I look at the time you go in, and I look at you come out. More than 11. I want stuff that I can actually see. Stuff that I can prove. And so far, the stuff that I can prove, you're lying about.
I just went in. I was thinking about putting my hoodie on to see if I would look better with my hoodie on. My hat was crazy. Get it? Yeah, that's all I got like this. And that's all I did.
You haven't been truthful since we've been talking to you. Well, what I'm saying is the reason that you're saying now about going into the women's bathroom, I mean, we know you went into the bathroom. Now you've given an excuse of why you went into the bathroom.
Officer Valentine approached the victim once again to get a more detailed account of the incident. Meanwhile, Sergeant Lundy continued dealing with Amir, who was slowly realizing he wasn't the smartest person in the conversation.
So today, who were you with?
My soccer friends, like a family of 4, so like 2 families.
And then do you want to just tell me everything that happened, like when you guys got here?
I'd say 5 minutes later, about came and like 10 minutes later, we ordered our food, and then when I was eating my food, my dad told me to wash my hands and stuff before we go back to the field, before I had my soccer game.
And usually lying don't make sense. When it's truthful, it flowed. It was smooth. All I wanted to ask lady, I said, hey, you can go into the, tell me what happened. We came up there and we did exactly what you said. Video shows you going through and going through, walking to the restaurant, going to the bathroom. You look at the other camera, sees you, go into the women's bathroom. But then I started to say, well, no, you said you ain't going to the women's bathroom. Okay, you lied about that. Check.
And then I made eye contact with the guy, and he walked into the men's room, walked straight out, and I walked into the men's salon, and then I heard someone enter the straight and going strong to my right, and then I saw black, and then I looked down, and I saw the phone, and I kept looking over me, and then I tried to cover myself up so I didn't see the and stuff.
Let's see how long you was in the bathroom. You've been there for a while. I'm going to see if he's going to lie about that. I said, how long you been in the bathroom? What you say? Another second, ain't even nowhere close. If I go into the bathroom and I'm in there for, I'm just giving you an example, 2, 3 minutes, right? I know I went in the bathroom for 11 seconds. Now, if you came out and said, hey, look, I was in there a couple minutes, okay, you need something to about that. Oh, you're about 11 seconds. I ain't buying it.
I made sure that my mom was up before me so I could like get close to her. She asked me what's wrong, and I said, I'll tell you when I get to the car. And then I said, like, when I got outside, I said, it made me feel really uncomfortable, and then I told her what happened, so I basically just told her. And then they all hopped out of the car, and my dad like walked in the bathroom, and he, as he walked out, the guy was behind him, and he was like pointing like that to my mom. My mom came over and said, I don't see my mom, because I didn't know her, thinking that it was like facing me, and I felt like.
When you say facing you, can you just describe what was facing you? Is it this side, or something else? Good side.
Amir, seemingly clueless about the severity of his actions, continued to dig his grave deeper. However, Officer Valentine later received news that broke her heart.
So I think for everybody else involved, okay? I know you also said you using the bathroom? No, I think you on the ground? See how you're speaking about I didn't I'm not asking rest simple questions. I need you to be honest because you're giving me lies there, okay? You just said that you didn't go inside the stall, and now you're saying you did go inside. You can see how none of this makes sense. Your phone is put down, and your backpack is put down while you're inside the stall, and there's somebody next to it. Is your camera on? I mean, are you being honest, or is this a lie? Did you put this out? See how you're saying shouldn't? We should know what's on or not on our phone. Was your phone where the camera lens is still in the stall? Was it leaned up against the toilet? It was leaned up on the floor, but it's like this. It's not like that. It's like this, right?
It could be like this. Kind of like this, leaned up, or it could be like this.
But you were inside the stall. What did you do inside the stall? Did you do anything with your best friend? You didn't put it anywhere else in your body? Alright, come here. I just need you to walk with me. Put your hands away.
Now, one second. What's up? I'm being arrested. I have no proof of doing anything. Just going in the bathroom. I'm not investigating. I got something. Yeah, see that nothing there, right? You see that? Tell me, is anything here? Alright, so there is anything. Good, it's yours. So, we search you, you got nothing else on you. Alright,
You do have a phone. Good luck. Alright, you're under arrest. Video voyeurism. With expectation of privacy, you have been in that stall with your phone, recording. You're under arrest. I'm going to do search warrant. So whenever we discover your phone, even though I don't think we need an answer,
I'm not trying to get charged. Go to court, have my name over there for something I didn't do, and people looking at me saying, hey, you got
there's no way for me to release you right here now. I just have to book you in. You can make your phone calls when you're in there. Call whoever to bond you out. You're already arrested. I think that's what you're confusing. Okay. Alright, so you don't want to give your code? Okay, should I just turn the phone number on? Or just see it all? Okay, so I'm gonna. Alright.
booked and charged with video voyeurism by a person 24 years of age or older against a child under 16 years of age. It is considered a second-degree felony with a level 6 offense severity ranking. If convicted, he could face up to 15 years in prison and be fined up to $10,000. He would also be placed on the sex offender registry and would be ineligible to seal his record. Amir was denied bond. YouTube thinks you'll love the video on screen. Click to watch now.
Astragoth He's Astragoth! Waddle Barag Rungi!
I come here and you shoot my dog yesterday, and this morning you're coming in with a SWAT team, man?
3 separate times over the course of a few years. There's been some things in your accounts that are kind of questionable.
They can be young looking, they can be all the way up to grandma.
On October 27th, 2023, officers executed a search warrant at a residence after an investigation flagged multiple online accounts linked to the home for suspicious activity involving explicit digital content. The warrant authorized the seizure of electronic devices capable of storing images and videos, following reports that illegal material had been associated with a Gmail account connected to the devices. I'm Jack, and this is Unpopular.
Sheriff's office, search warrant! Before I...
Show your ass!
Sheriff's office! Sit down for me, sit down. Come out. It's okay, you're okay. You're okay, come on. You're okay. Come out. Come right over here for this.
I'm sorry, man. What's going on?
Search warrant. You're fine. You're not.
I just shot my dog yesterday.
I'm sorry about that.
What is the search warrant for?
Where is it your mom that owns the house?
Yeah.
Is she here?
No.
Where's she at? I don't know. Why not? Okay, all right. What happened? Come stand right over here.
Esteemed colleagues, dear students, welcome to the second year of personality theory.
And this year, we will focus on various dimensions of personality and how personality is related to identity, personal identity, if at all. As we said last year, those of you who are not too old to remember, last year we said that there is confusion between personality and identity, and that the two concepts are actually in flux. What we're going to do this year is we're going to analyze various dimensions and aspects, and we are going to do it using examples of mental health disorders and or behaviors and or mental health functions, such as memory. But before we go into all this, we need to take a kind of time travel trip back in memory lane to the very beginning of psychology. Psychology as a discipline is very old. We have writings by the ancient Greeks 2,500 to 2,600 years ago, where they tried to analyze human psychology. Of course, they didn't use the word psychology, but it was psychology on the stage. Modern psychology, so-called scientific psychology, started in the middle of the 19th century. And it started largely with two camps competing on the soul of psychology. First one was the descriptive camp. Let's call it the literary camp, the almost artistic camp. And that would be, for example, William James in the United States. This camp of psychologists, this group of psychologists, believed that psychology is a description of human nature. Not very different to literature, only a lot more systematic and methodical. They believe that psychology is actually a form of taxonomy, of classification and categorization. Don't forget that only 100 years before, Carl Linnaeus classified and categorized all the living species, plants and animals. So classification was a big deal. Making lists of functions, mental functions, behaviors, how people interact with each other was the heyday. So if you read William James's masterpieces, series of books he has written about psychology, you will see that it's actually a series of observations about humans in their natural habitat and about human nature. But at the very same time, a continent far away, Europe, there was a group of German scientists, German philosophers, who tried to make psychology, to convert psychology, to transform it into an accurate, exact science. So they set up laboratories, replete with all kinds of beacons and laboratories that look a lot like chemistry laboratories or physics laboratories. And their laboratories and electrical equipment, they all look very scientific. And what they said is that we should transform psychology into a science of measurement. They try to measure things. They try to quantify. So at the same time, we have two camps: the qualitative, literary, descriptive, observational psychology on the one hand, and the experimental, science-like, measurement-oriented psychology on the other, mainly in Germany. The person who brought everything together, the two strands, was essentially Sigmund Freud. Sigmund Freud lived in Vienna. Vienna was under the sphere of influence of Germany. He actually met many of the German psychologists. He collaborated with a few of them. He adopted a lot of their thinking. And his initial writings, his first writings about hysteria and so on, are very scientific. By training, Sigmund Freud was not a psychologist. He was a neurologist. So he was a medical doctor. And as a medical doctor, he was used to measuring things. He was used to testing things. He was used to experimentation. But on the other hand, he was a well-read person, steeped in archaeology. He had a huge archaeological collection of archaeological artifacts. He read a lot of literature. He studied.
On March 14th, 2025, officers were...
Don't pull me a cell though. Make sure number one on that. We have an accurate picture. Hey, you see this? Idiots. You have to give me right to know. You dumbass. I ain't separating shit. No. I ain't separating shit. Hey, I don't give you permission to search too.
Well, I gotta put you in my car.
Hold up. Pick it up. Pick this up. Come on, guys. Stop being idiots. Come on. Put it back in my pocket. Put everything back in my pocket. No weapon. Shut up, everybody. Turn down. No one's out to get you, man. My square. I'll pick it up. Hey, dummy! Oh shit. Yeah, military expertise. Oh shit. Give me an AK-47 though. I was just joking. Hey, I was just joking, okay? But that is a sexy ass rifle right there. I ain't gonna lie. Okay? What's better, these or an AK-47? Oh shit. No, I'm just playing. Take them from the front. I am coming to try it, buddy.
It's not a first name I know.
What's up?
I already told you.
What's your number? Give me your number.
Which number?
Your badge.
It's right there. What are you looking at?
Who's your number? Oh, watch out. What? You gotta take off the hat and the dress?
No.
You got the bombs under here or something? Press the button on
I got no problem with your clothing, man.
Okay, so what's wrong? What's wrong? I'm an alumni, you idiot. Identify these nuts. That's what you're asking to identify. When I identify these nuts, you can identify these nuts with that. If it's not illegal.
How do you spell the first name?
Shut the front door, sir. Shut the front door.
It's not a regular spell.
He got his zipper down.
You got me set down though.
Oh, you guys are
hey, hold up. Where are you going?
You can't use that.
What's your name?
I'm gonna keep walking. Oh, you want me to touch you?
Give us your name, man. You want transcripts, right? There's a way to do it. You know the way to do it. Is it 95? No.
What's your ID? You need a Chris Master license. Or we can take it to the station. You can take it to court?
What am I getting trespassed for? I'm your sergeant. I'm right here, pal. Don't touch me. No, you can't. No, you can't. Shut the fuck. Shut.
On March 14th, 2025, officers were dispatched to a high school in response to a report of a man who attempted to force entry and refused to leave the property.
816, within it about 105. Hey, what's up, man? What's up? Were you trying to get into the school just now?
Yeah.
For what?
Why do you care?
You don't go to that school, do you?
I did.
Yeah, but you don't now.
It's illegal.
Mr. Creepy Kardashian was lurking in the bushes at a university, doing God knows what when officers were called on him.
Sir, hey, hold on just a second. You
go to school here? Sir. Get it to South End. Sir. Hold on a second. Hold on. I think he's about 1080. Hold on just a second for me. Sir. We need you to stop. We gotta talk to you, man. Sir, we have to talk to you. Just hold on just a second for me. Were you clear? He's not stopping for me. Sir, just hold on just a second. Don't go inside of there. Sir. Sir. Stop. Stop. Hold on. Hold on just a second. Just hold on. Wait, we're in the AC in front of his bedroom. So hold on a second. Do you have an ID? You got an ID on you? Let me see. No, sir. You come on. Sir. Stop touching me. Just let me see your ID real quick. I didn't do anything wrong. Go home. Listen. Sir. We gotta contact you, okay?
On March 5th, 2025, officers conducted a traffic stop on a vehicle displaying an expired registration.
Hey, your plates are expired. Oh, really? Yeah, you got your driver's license on you? I don't have no license. You don't? Huh? It's extended. Okay. For me? You got yours? I see you going this way. Why did you come this way? Huh? Why did you follow me this way? I see you going that way. Which way? I drive all over to that neighborhood. Me and you was going that way, I was coming this way. Okay, your plates are expired, so who's in the wrong? You or me? Me? Okay. You got weed in the car, man? I can smell it. No? It smells like it. But I can still ask you, right? Right? That's not probable cause. Probable cause for what? I can ask you anything I want, right? I'm not answer it. That's fine. Okay, hop out for me. Because I asked you to. Because I told you to. Because this is my traffic stop, and I can tell you I don't have to have probable cause to get out of the car. What are you grabbing me for? Because you're getting back in the car. No, what did I do? I said you asked me for my insurance. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to. Man, bro, what the grabbing me? Bro, what the you grabbing me for? I didn't. What the is going on with you, dude? Step back. Problem. Put your fingers in the You gotta because I didn't do shit too. He asked me for my bro, I didn't do shit though. Stop. What is he grabbing me for? What the f is going on with you, dude? Step back. You got a problem. Put your fingers in the You got a problem. Because I didn't do shit too. He asked me for my bro, I didn't do shit though. Stop. What is he grabbing me for? Stop. Because he asked you to get out of the car. So I don't have, no, he said he asked for what? Because that's the law. For license, he asked for my license insurance. For what though? What's the problem? For what? Calm down. Everybody just man, bro, that was some bullshit. You grabbed me, bro. Because you, bro, I would have beat your ass. Are you grabbing me? Because you grabbing me for nothing, bro. That's enough. I don't like that. I don't like people touching me. All right, that's enough. That's enough. What's wrong with that? Dude, man? He came up to the car with an attitude from the beginning, bro. Calm down. Look at that. That's some shit, bro. Can I even do nothing, bro? Bring it down a notch. I didn't do anything, bro. You're yelling at me. You're yelling at everybody. I'm yelling at him. Calm down. Calm down. Ass dude, man. I didn't even do shit. All right, let's go get to the next step. Yeah, that's what I was trying to do. I don't have everything out. But I got my lower lies in there. That was the thing. It smells like marijuana. It's illegal. I don't have no marijuana in the car. But you grabbing me though, bro? If he smelled it and he asked you to get out of the car, then you gotta get out of the car. I would have, man, dude, you don't even know me like that, but you be grabbing on me, man. I'm gonna pat you down real quick, all right? Yeah, go ahead, man. I would have got you. You would have got me what? That would have got you. Don't say anything you're gonna regret. I don't regret saying what I'm saying. Okay. So don't say anything you're gonna regret. That's gonna get you charges. That was crazy. It's not. If I tell you, listen, man. Let me talk for a second. Let me tell you something. We're gonna restart this. Okay. If you smell cannabis, all right. If he asks you to get out of the car, then you gotta get out of the car. Yeah, I understand all that. Okay. So that's where we're at. That's where we're at. Well, if somebody refuses to get out of the car, that's what happens. Okay. I'm gonna be reading you steps to get back into the car. I'm not gonna relive it. Do what you gotta do. So the cannabis jar that's under your seat, is there weed in it? Man, go search, man. You pull me out. Okay. Go on, man. You ran me out the car for it. You want to and I explained to you why. Okay, wait. Because he smelled. Okay, wait. Just go in there. 39. You can slow down. Hang on. Relax. You don't have to do what you want. They won't let you. Bro, they're gonna charge me $100 for not blowing on the thing, bro. They're gonna charge me $100 for not blowing, bro. You're not listening. I am listening. They're gonna charge me, bro. I don't have the money to be doing that, bro. They're gonna charge me $100. I'm trying to explain that to you. Turn around. Oh my God, bro. They're gonna charge me money for not blowing in this thing, bro. Oh, are you serious, bro? Yeah. Bro, they're gonna charge me, man. Stop. Bro, they're gonna charge me for not blowing, bro. Weed in there? No. There's a jar with some in it. Bro, it's like, bro, they're gonna charge me for not blowing that thing, bro. I'm gonna get in trouble. Bro, no, I don't. Yeah, you do. No, it's not. Yeah, it's when he smelled it. Bro, no, it's not. Bring there's a container with weed in it. Where's the weed at? I'll show you when we're done. Please. Huh? It reeks with that thing like it's legal. What is it? Anxiety pills. Anxiety pills. That's like, what are they called? Anxiety pills. That's all I know. Prescription on you. Is it right there in the thing? My name's on there, right? My name's on there, right? The ibuprofen. Yeah, man. I don't do drugs, man. You're right. All right, man, you're gonna go to jail for obstructing and possessing the cannabis in the car. I'm not gonna charge you with assault. I ain't touch. Your camera was on, right? Yeah. Do you know the difference between assault and there? You know that it doesn't matter. I'm not gonna argue about it. You're gonna get in my car. You're getting in my car. Oh, man. Do you have anything hidden on you? No, man. That's fucking over. I'm actually nice, man. I gotta get my daughter up. Listen, man. Listen, you made your plate. Get in my car. Get in the car. Come on, bro. You made your plate. Get in the car. Bro, come on. Get in the car. I'm gonna force you in the car. No. Watch your head. Get my car. Get your car. Yeah. You get your car. You guys make up pick it up. No. Get your phone. Come on, bro. Are you serious? You made your bed. Come on, bro. Now. No, bro. Don't listen to me, please. I didn't do
You know why? I don't want you to grab me. Okay, let me that's great. You can't get in the car, back in the car when I tell you to get out. Bro, I wasn't on that. I had to blow it on the floor, bro. I was gonna get charged for that, man. Okay. $100. Okay, back up. Bro, you look. Just spit in your face. Do it. I just back up. You're getting charged with assault. Open it up. Open it up. Turning you to 95 miles in jail. That's it, bro. You know you're bogus, bro. You don't even do shit. 124, 186, 124, 186. That's some bad shit. You don't even do shit, bro. Let the jail know that it's gonna be unruly. He's trying to keep my window out. You ready? Do it. I'm gonna go like Cyrus to jail.
He's an
He just took his seatbelt off. He's trying to break my back window. Let's go. Fuck yeah. You're gonna get me? Astragoth. You're getting grabbed. No, get me. You got your day in for it. And then we'll see. That's the one, bro. Alright, come on. Stop doing that, bro. Let's try to see. Let's go. Damage is power. Let me explain to you. Governor property. Explain what you use. You don't belong to the program. We'll just hold your camera. Well, now they can't process you. Okay, then you go sit for that. It doesn't matter, man. Is it? He's bringing him up. Asking me if it's my life. Oh, yeah. You want to stay here? You want to go out? Okay, I'm tripping. You want to stay here? No, man. It doesn't matter. It's your choice. So you can go on the process. I'll still be out today. You don't matter. I can see you all day. I got time. Wait, not until they process you. I got time today. Alright, well, if you want to sit and do that, that's up to you. Or you can just give this paperwork and you can that's all this. So just go along with the program and you'll be out. Thank you. It doesn't mean you get all that stuff else. You'll have anything more.
The man is charged with obstructing possession of a controlled substance and criminal damage to property.
Dies hasut ancor. Aura de phasma. Isanthros tasni, sumas ta leginaras, dabararthun. Rakubeluta angron. Bailmancy. Kasutanunku. Sha'ula Kuruntron. The great Jar Unkuz. Sha'ula Grundgron. Zul Unajar. Next in my line. The great horned rat sees you, and I am his voice. Sianunku. Doomleth. Or Araring. Wananbaras. Zibartu da Baraza Hasult. Dromadrazul. Ala Umangi Makaza. Gorndok. Hahonko. Central's Tool. Reek. Dalen Castellan Sutilan. Beta Roots. Drum. Drath. Drum. The thing has done. Drum first. Census Grandpas. Hasutanunku. Abdanua. Let's go, Manchuria. He's gonna eat these vegetables. Dakuasta Elgra. Baracas Ida Gonta. Draj da Baratu. Gorndok. Drajitu. Gorndok. Abdar Nuatka. Gorndok. Much of what you have to say will probably not matter.
I, sir, come closer to me. Our partner.
Subjugitash! Abguru! Istan Resus Arnus, Rikvoltama, Rikvolta Hashut.
There's a growing trend of people viewing the size of their financial assets as a report card for their life. I think there's a growing perception that poverty isn't due to structural societal issues, but rather to individual effort.
Nearly 5 million actively dating women in America are on the TM. How could a breach of a nearly 5 million women-only network expose 4 important myths about women's dating? So let's move on to part 2, the myths of women who are dating. So the first myth is that the dating pool is huge. A lot of women believe that the dating pool is massive. They may not like every man in it, but they have the belief that there's always another schmuck around the corner to pay for her next meal, as if there's an endless supply of men waiting for their chance. So if one doesn't work out, no big deal to her. There's always another one right behind him. But when you consider the numbers, especially what we learned from T, it's obvious that they're all swimming in the same pool. According to the data we just reviewed, somewhere around 33% of actively dating women in the US are using T. If each one of them submitted just a couple of names, that adds up to 7 million men, or likely more, that are being talked about. Now ask yourself this, how big is the dating pool really, when that many women are all naming the same guys? It's the same women chasing the same men on different apps, at the same bars, and inside the same gossip circles. Again, especially in urban and suburban areas where social overlap is likely higher. And that's the real problem. This illusion of abundance convinces women that men are a placeholder until the next one comes along. Unless, of course, your name already hits your T-app search, in which your real chance is over before you even start. So no, the dating pool isn't huge, and it just got much, much smaller. For men, the shrinking of the dating pool is not just frustrating. I'd say it's outright dangerous. Because once you've been added to that behind-the-scenes, worldwide archive, your dating life isn't just yours anymore. You can be filtered, judged, or even discarded by anyone at any time before you even have a chance to speak. So the second myth is that the app provides safety and vetting for women. You've heard their justifications. It exists to keep women safe. It's a tool for vetting men so they don't get us started. It sounds reasonable to the general public, and it makes for a good cover until you realize what's really going on. In reality, most women are not using T for legitimate safety concerns. They're using it to confirm emotional biases. If she feels like a guy was a jerk, and she's not looking for balance, she's looking for endorsement of what she already believes. She logs in, hoping that some other woman down the street had the same bad experience, and she wants to hear, yes, he sucks. Boys, this is not vetting, it's corroboration. And for women, that type of emotional validation is very, very addictive. That's what makes T so dangerous. It's predicated on and defended as safety while delivering the confirmation bias that women crave. T is not for vetting for safety, and we all know it. She's also there to talk about her ex. So if safety were truly the goal, there are legitimate ways to vet a man. She could run a legit background check. She has access to free court databases and records. If it were really about safety and a guy she likes, nothing stops her from hiring a professional, licensed PI if she's really that concerned. But all of that takes effort, right? And doing her own work doesn't get her a dopamine hit that comes with social online validation. The third myth is that women dominate the social intelligence economy. We've been told for years that women are the socially superior sex. They're masters of communication, of emotional nuance, and complex social navigations. But the way that women use T exposes a very, very different story. What's actually happening is not social intelligence. It's outsourcing that T users gladly purchase for a monthly subscription. Instead of making a judgment based on her own experience and getting to know you, women post about you to see what other women think. She's not asking, in what ways is he a good guy? She's asking the group to give her a reason to believe that you're an asshole. And when one woman validates that feeling, that becomes public truth, and it is not social intelligence. It's the same herd instinct that fuels TikTok trends and cancel culture. One person sets the tone, and the rest follow. No woman wants to be the outlier or to experience FOMO, so she echoes the story and falls in line. If one woman says you are controlling, the next will say that you are manipulative. Soon, you're an abusive narcissist, even if she doesn't
I
know it.
went from
Now here's the punchline to the myth and what it really means for you. You've been told the idea that women are social masterminds. They're empathetic, intuitive, even discerning. But if 1 in 3 actively dating women join the gossip app like tea to decide what they think of you, it's not intelligence. It's social dependence and, again, confirmation bias. The fourth myth is that women are strategically informed. There's this belief that women approach dating like chess, always thinking 3 steps ahead, they're gathering intel, and moving with calculated intention. And sure, some of them do try, but strategy only works if the data you're working with is accurate. That's the part no one's talking about. Because the information that many women are using to be strategic in dating isn't based on real insights or solid information. It's based on emotional clamor from other women. They're not making decisions based on fact or strategic information. They're recycling stories from other women who have collectively decided what is a red flag this week. So no, she's not trying to understand you. She's scanning for information that someone else has already framed, and she calls it doing due diligence. Fellas, what she's really doing is copying someone else's homework and calling it wisdom or learning. If she's doing her research, odds are that research is coming from the tea ecosystem, where rumors get repetitive and the narrative matters more than truth. Nearly 5 million actively dating women in America are on the T app. What does it... If you want your time, money, energy, and all of your other resources to be respected, I'll show you how scarcity and stoicism work together to make your resources more valuable and you more influential. When anyone can get your time or resources whenever they want, they lose value. But when you give intentionally on your terms, people start to treat both you and what you have to offer with more respect. Scarcity theory tells us that limited, intentional giving elevates the giver's status. Pair that with the discipline of stoicism, such as controlling your impulses and... If you want your time, money, energy, and all of your other resources to be respected, I'll show you how scarcity and stoicism... How to combine it with stoicism without coming across as distant, and the real-world moves that you can make to keep your influence strong. Hey, I'm Todd, and thanks for stopping by. I'm a researcher, I'm a psychologist who supports men in protecting their personal value, and I hope my insights earn your subscription. To start, stoicism is not an ancient philosophy. It's much more than that. It's a modern, practical blueprint for maintaining self-respect and influence. At its core, stoicism is about emotional control and being intentional. Marcus Aurelius did not scramble to meet everyone's demand. He chose his moments carefully and did not waste energy on issues that were not aligned with his values. Academics in 2020 explains that stoicism is about measured action. It's about knowing when to act, when and how much to give, and when to hold back. When used correctly, principles of Stoicism are practical, modern applications for maintaining self-respect and inspiration. And together with the psychological research on scarcity theory, it offers a way of living that protects your resources while at the same time increasing your perceived value. Scarcity theory includes the concept that limited intentional giving of any resource increases its perceived value and elevates the giver's status. It informs people that what's rare is valuable, and that when you're constantly available by giving your time and other resources to anyone who asks, you dilute that value. But when you're selective and require people to earn your resources, your value increases. Researchers have also reported that emotional control and self-reliance are strongly linked to men's positive mental health and self-worth. Knowing when to give is just as important, or perhaps even more important, as deciding whether to give at all. In relationships, it's not about withholding to punish, but rather ensuring that your time, your money, your attention, all of those are earned and not assumed. If you're struggling with overgiving of your resources, whether it's your time, loaning out your car, or maybe listening to emotional vent sessions, be very clear about your terms. Tell her you pushed for more of my time than I'm willing to give, and I need space to focus on my own progress. If she continues to ignore all of that and keeps asking for more and more of whatever resource it is, then end it without hesitation. Say to her, you've repeatedly ignored my boundaries and expect my money and my other resources that I'm not prepared to give. And it's happened so many times that I'm no longer willing to work it out. That's how you protect your resources, and it's how you ensure that your relationships are built on respect rather than entitlement. So I'd love to know what you think. I'm interested in your experiences with setting boundaries around your resources, whatever they are, and whether practicing scarcity or stoicism has made a difference in your relationships, your friendships, or your career. YouTube thinks that you'll like one of these videos here, so watch one after subscribing. If you want more resources, you can find my social contacts and all of that in the video description, and I'll see you next time.
Astragoth Arax. Gerama Kaskala. Akuru. Mansia Nunku. Afsekusan Sominu. Asutanunku. Minnu Hasudutial Abdarnu Egramus. Grungron Apgru. Gromadrazul. Gorndok. Dakbin Sepo. Zenshu Soruk. Aksuar Dugal. Dumleth. Ardugaltag. Sardutalelgram. Dum Thaumancy. Anos. Tag Tatumleth.
Embrace each concept, let your artistry shine.
What you looking at? What you anti-fragile. We can break it, baby. Rock it, twist it, lock it, baby. All I know is gasoline on fire. You know from the ashes I'll be rising. Gonna be today, okay. What you looking at? What you looking at? What you fragile, fragile, anti-T-T-T, fragile, anti-T-T-T, fragile, fragile, anti-fragile. What you looking at? All day, you should get away, get away. I'm feeling fragile. Daddy, I'm on my way. I'll be making moves like the queen. Stepping up, highway, highway.
I've had enough. This boy rap that is bad and he's tough. Keep gassing and gassing and gassing until I match and end up lighting them up. Standing like you ain't frightened or much.
Good. Now we'll get that serious.
All right.
Oh.
You're gonna die. You step to me, life's in jeopardy. We're not friends, enemy. Shot your skull. You look like Kennedy. Biden, always needing therapy. Death on the stage. I ain't catching a felony. You reach can't be held by a remedy. I'm a virgin of virgins. When you fuck, I think a whole audience. Get leprosy. One combos on me like that. Fuck your beats and fuck you seven. on fuck, we swear I'm hungry to kill. It's a bill, bed bump on your face, no plug in the spill. Also, bro, your nose is a hill. So I see Jack and I swear I see chill. Slosh in your face and I make it ill. So, who's ready then? Who should I smoke a token and smoke 'em up again? Nose is brought like a modest leg. I don't wanna hear shit about drinking vinegar. Got ambi's a good you. You're not sensei, you're in a construct. Hit with a kid like Kung Fu. I'm a spinning, bringing the heat in but two. I'm sick of this brick, he's bored.
I have to listen.
I understand. Give me like 2-3 that you can do.
No, hey, he's going crazy.
Pay attention, man.
He's going crazy.
You listen, it's not close. Armu sensei, super sensei. Big up my little sacrifice over here, man. Victim. Yo. Look. Hey, still come back on a Sunday. Man, you're charging a high wish, yeah.
No, he's going
Pay
crazy.
attention. Pay attention, please.
I don't like reading. I have to listen.
I understand. Give me like 2-3 that you can do.
No, hey, he's going crazy.
Pay attention, man.
He's going crazy.
You listen, it's not close. Armu sensei, super sensei. Big up my little sacrifice over here, man. Victim. Yo. Look, getting spun by a nerd like me in fantasy. Said you was winning this clash, that's fallacy. Pure insanity, you'll get what I'm like, reaching, I'm swinging this sword of damage. But with on some bars, and my careers are upset families. And when all of my bars I got way more clarity, 2026, I'm claiming morality. This always should believe in me, call for Jesus, please will get popped in the section. Living in Nottingham, 2 had your mom cook food in the knees. Pop in the question, you want Mohammed, this dark right hand socks, you should have got some protection. You think LC deserves this clash, then they don't feel it deserves the direction. But in here, better on the AC, my PC, no women can save me. DC, my dark side allows your safety, and EC, the all of the roster rate me. FC in the game that I play, I'm saying no video game could rate me. All of us here in the GC know your crap is a fact, don't beg it and hate me. JC can handle the war against Kmart, still come back on a Sunday. Kill your son trying to hide when she's the KC on the cover, they was gonna die one day. And the fact LC was still allowed, but that should be on your mum's day. I'm the MC, still get ambushed. I don't dance if you wanna get jumpy, I like your hearty with larky and bars, just her bras be feeling for bacon. You'll get one in your head like Malala, then not come back like Shamima Bacon. You took more in the brand than
Shamima. No, Shamima, man. I remember Shamima, man. Come on, man. No, man. Hey, don't get involved in my business.
Wait, Kiss Mama, it's not free.
Free Shamima, free
No,
Shamima.
it's not free Shamima, bro.
Okay, sorry.
No, I Kiss Mama, allow me, bro. Look, getting spun by a nerd like me in fantasy. Said you was winning this clash, that's fallacy. Pure insanity, you'll get one. I'm like Grease, I'm swinging this sword of damage. But with on some bars, and my careers are upset families. And when all of my bars I got way more clarity, 2026, I'm taking morality. This always should believe in me, call for Jesus, please will get popped in the section. Living in Nottingham, 2 had your mom cook food in the knees. Pop in the question, you got Mohammed, this dark right hand socks, you should have got some protection. You think LC deserves this clash, then they don't feel it deserves the direction. But in here, better on the AC, my BC, no women can save me. DC, my dark side allows your safety, and EC, the all of the roster rate me. FC in the game that I play, I'm saying no video game could rate me. All of us here in the GC know your crap is a fact, don't beg it and hate me. JC can handle the war against Kmart, still come back on a Sunday. Kill your son trying to hide when she's the KC on the cover, they was gonna die one day. And the fact LC was still allowed, but that should be on your mum's day. I'm the MC, still get ambushed. I don't dance if you wanna get yeah, like your hearty with larky and bars, just her bras be feeling for bacon. You'll get one in your head like Malala, then not come back like Shamima Bacon. You took more in the brand than me, yours banging to me, stated a bit apart. You said Mars in letting you blow, he's still little nigga, not letting y'all. Gas to the earth, gas to return, and if you had it with a bird, bad in the worst side, it's a tiny little verb. Know that I had it in the first, I don't you must have with a bird. Scams must have on a shirt. Dan, you said you got that car, give me your keys, then I'ma go drive that, and then I put that shit in reverse. You saw your scroll, your crash was Zion, a quiz of younger Dino terror. Maybe a lesson in someone, never your crazy Trevor. Take you off that radar, still not ringing up Leicester. Got no trials, stranger things, you're an idiot liar. You coming out in this scene was useless, William Byers' time.
Alright, the battle ain't over yet. The battle ain't over yet. LC's still got one more round. You might have something to say about that. LC, ready, yeah? Ready. Alright, let him work me, please.
Ready, got a final. Let's have it. Listen. To the shape, son, listen. Look, let's put this rap aside. Your good head, your mastermind, you got to make look on. Do like inside your whole plan, got to be set to light. There's no reason you think you're gang. Gonna get hit by a horse in a land, your picture and knees of your soul that shine. Heat in my hand, feel like Liu Kang. Best of a plan, be caught in blood. I'm just saying, doesn't apply. Gonna get X, this ain't no game. There ain't no extra life. Oh my, but I'm missing a letter. Kill this bitch before time. He was carrying futures back, so I'm using things to walk you wide. Further, see your way to check. Over 2 minutes, you ain't ready. I get what's wrong with your head. He said that my epic switch, you get stolen back. He said, sorry, you're gonna sort out my behavior. I don't give a fuck, think for brain. This whole life, you don't play like Sega. I'm not offering no clearly the fate. When your team was better than the next one, I was in academy, severing heads. Now you're fucking me in the end. Don't see no verses, no beg of a bitch. Think you're sick with a myth. Don't see no when I come from a myth. Can't you tell by the way they stress? This got always saying it's bricks. Listen, when I war with a kid, swear your back to all game. Bitch, you lost them, damn small. Candy bars, LC name on the list. Also, this guy's name's on the list. Thought you already know what it is. Hit mistake to miss, no fiction, good decision. I fucking smoke this prick. When you die, you're getting no visitors. You repeat, take your research, you'll be everything face out sickening. There was more time when I moved militant. I don't wanna hear shit about shit, but can't lie, you've already said that. My fist being no big impact, so I'm doing my right in 6. This shoot out for the ring, you know, can you see I'm so low level winning and never stop your meddling. Don't wanna see no one ever.
I'm not gonna lie. You're cooking. That is, we hear it. I hear that. Nah, he's cooking.
More better. Aye, let's put strap beside you, don't feel good head, your mastermind, you got twig look on, do you exercise your whole plan, what's been set to life? There's no way that you think you're gang, gonna get hit like you to mango, bitch on the knees of your soul that shine, heat in my hand, feel like you can, best of a plan, be caught in plan A, I'm being sensei, doesn't survive, gonna get X, this ain't no game, there ain't no extra life, oh my, but I'm missing a letter, kill this bitch before time, he was carrying futures back, so I'm being sensei, walking wide, further, see your way to check, over doing it, you ain't ready, I hear what's wrong with your head, he's flipping my epic switch, you get smaller back, he said, sorry, I'm not armor behavior, I don't give a fuck, the team run for brain, this is no life, you don't play like Sega, I'm not offering no clearly the fate, when your team was better with the next one, I was in academy, severing heads, now you've got the in the end, don't see no verses, little beg of a bitch, think you're sick with your myth, don't see no when I come from a myth, can't you tell by the way they dress, this got always slaying his wrist, listen, when I war with a kid, swear your back to all game, bitch, you lost them down smalls, candy boy, don't see name on the list, also this guy's name on the list, thought you already know what it is, hit your victim, make a fiction, good decision, I fucking smoke this brick, when you die, you're getting no visitors, you repeat, take your research, son, you got empty face, how sickening, there was more time when I moved militant, I don't wanna hear shit about shit, but then, got a lie, you've already said that, my fist being no big impact, so I'm doing my right in 6, this shoot out for the ring, gonna sever them, can you see, I'm so low level winning and never stop your meddling, don't wanna see no one ever, time's up, you've lost that coordinate, all right, keep up all of them, rock these and keep it all of them, so that you get down, pussy.
Yeah. Hey, make some noise for Andrew Sensei and LC, please. I'm not even gonna lie, that was a cold battle. That's what we're doing here in the dungeon. Remember, you can stream these battles on Spotify, Apple Music. If you wanna watch them live, we're back again this year. In the Peg Game Community, Box Park, from 29 Park, sorry, the Box Park. Let's get there. Hey, pull up the battle, man. Peg Game, out, please. Hey, make some noise for Starcore and Adriano, man.
Hey, I need to hear it.
Why does he know about your toes, though? That's a good question,
Everyone take the injection. I gotta see them in cheese erection. I should call this nigga a baby bell. Smell like a Tesco cheesy cereal. What is that?
Yeah. Go earn it, man. Go earn it, man.
someone in your life hides jabs behind jokes, today I'm going to show you how to spot it and to shut it down before it erodes trust and respect. You've heard it. It's the smirk, it's the relax, I'm just joking, or wow, can't you take a joke? That's not harmless humor. It's passive aggression, and it's a warning sign that you cannot afford to ignore. Here's the thing. Sarcasm, disguised as humor, is one of the most common forms of indirect hostility in relationships. And aggression theory research shows that it's often used to avoid direct accountability while still undermining it. It's sometimes tricky to spot because it hides behind plausible deniability. But if you miss it, it becomes a habit that chips away at your connection. So in this video, I'll discuss examples of passive aggression, how to recognize it, and how to respond. And aggression theory research shows that it's often used to avoid direct accountability while still undermining you. It's sometimes tricky to spot because it hides behind plausible deniability. But if you miss it, it becomes a habit that chips away at your connection. So in this video, I'll discuss examples of passive aggression, how to recognize it, and how to respond without escalating any conflict. So you stay in control of the interaction and protect your own mental health. Hey, I'm Todd, and thanks for stopping by. I'm an author and a researcher psychologist who helps men lead in relationships, and I hope my content and this video earn your subscription. A lot of research on aggression theory teaches us that indirect hostility can be as damaging, sometimes even more damaging, than open conflict, precisely because it's more challenging to identify and it's easier to dismiss. And comments passed off as just joking are one of the most effective forms. It allows her to take a shot at you, to maybe test your reactions, and then to retreat into plausible deniability if you push back. In a 2018 study, researchers found that patterns of emotional withdrawal and indirect criticism, like those stinging little jokes, create unresolved tension and chip away at the stability of relationships. The damage is in the uncertainty that it plants. It leaves you wondering if it was in fact just a playful teasing, or if it was a real dig at something more serious. And the more you question your reaction, the more she gets away with framing disrespect as humor. Here's how passive-aggressive humor often plays out. She comments maybe on your choice of supermarket. Maybe it's your sister's career challenges, or your favorite brand of sneakers, always with a smirk and a light tone. You hesitate to confront because she laughs afterwards as if you're being overly sensitive. It'll sound something like, wow, way to go, big spender, when you opt for the $30 set of new dishes rather than the $200 set. Or maybe it'll be something like, oh, do you need your beauty sleep? When you prefer to skip a 9 o'clock double date at the cinema. And when you call it out, you hear the same line, relax, I was just joking. Now, one-off moments like these aren't necessarily problematic, but when these tasteless jokes become a habit, it's no longer funny, it's not humor. It's become a way to control and to put you and keep you in your place. It tells her that she can criticize you without accountability. Over time, what it does is it trains you to doubt your own instincts, and it erodes the standards that you've set for how you expect to be spoken to. In a more recent study in 2020, authors explained that these types of indirect aggression often stem from poor emotional regulation. In this case, the just joking is a way to express dissatisfaction without the discomfort of actually having direct communication. And because it's dressed up as humor, it can fly under the radar for sometimes years. And if you don't address it, it doesn't go away. It simply gets reinforced. So if it's not addressed, that harmless teasing becomes something that you excuse to your friends. You start telling yourself that it's just her weird personality. And eventually, you stop recognizing the difference between playful banter and disrespect. At that point, the problem is not just her sarcasm, it's your willingness to tolerate it. And that's why addressing it early is critical. Make it clear from the start that such sarcasm that undermines you and your lifestyle is not acceptable. Let her know that if she has something to say, she can express it directly without hiding behind a punchline. If you notice that it's happening and it's becoming frustrating, but you're still willing to work through the relationship, be specific with her. Tell her, listen, you made critical comments about my life several times this week and brushed it off as humor. If we're going to continue, that needs to stop. So moving forward, if you have something to say to me, say it outright. If she continues and the tasteless humor keeps coming and the just joking defense stays in play, follow through by taking the next exit. Tell her, I've told you before that you've repeatedly used cheap humor to take shots at me and to avoid accountability. I no longer accept that as healthy communication, so I'm choosing to move on without you. That's how you shut down disguised disrespect before it becomes her default way to tear you down one joke at a time. And regardless of what she says, it's not about being thin-skinned. It's about making sure humor is actually funny and that it's shared, not weaponized. But let me know what you think. I'm interested in hearing your experience with sarcasm in relationships, and when it's harmless fun, and maybe when it's crossed the line. You can find more resources and my social contacts in the video description. I'll see you next time.
Kastalan, Chaz Ubren, Shudilag, Beta Roots, Dantalaj. Drorth Jarik, the Yashtarak, Dakata Elglan.
Rikazenum undring sepru. Sistar Ardugal Arable. Gantatin Dronba. Thaumansia Nuntu. Parar Pru Fazham. Thaumansia Nuntu. Draftum let. Drarth Jarik. Grimal da Barardu.
charmita drinkaras! Idan Kazakman! Ola Krokma! Abdarnu Tabalag! Suru Garas! Hey, Zekrom! Dakata Elgrams! Abguru! Akso Ardugan! Isarink! Man-eater! Will I always get my way? It was the other. Biggest Do not waste your breath on a kneel, Walt. World Walker! I look forward to eating ya! Yeah.
Born to rule.
I was starting, I was getting Chinese, and like all of a sudden I see him pulling over, I'm going around, and he hit me.
When she crashed, I saw somebody like, fly over. How did she hit somebody? He survived, but said it's I'm scared that she off.
No drinking or driving, no drugs or nothing? That is a lie. This is Emily Elizabeth Portillo, and she doesn't know she just ended someone's life. On the evening of February 29th, 2024, shortly after 7 p.m., 47-year-old Roy Parra is riding his mountain bike east on the north sidewalk of Loman Avenue in Las Cruces, New Mexico. He's pulling a small bicycle trailer as he crosses the Interstate 25 overpass. At the same time, 27-year-old Emily Elizabeth Portillo is driving a silver Ford Mustang at a high rate of speed. She exits Interstate 25 and attempts to turn west onto Loman Avenue. According to traffic investigators, Portillo fails to negotiate the turn and crashes head-on into Parra.
Did you see the accident? Can you step over here, bro? They're gonna start assessing him. Come over this side, brother. Just two. I'm gonna have him come over here. Did you see what is it all, or?
No, he's unconscious and he has a very weak pulse.
Okay. Did you see what happened?
No, I'm an expert.
Okay. Can you hang up the phone?
I'm so sorry. I was starting, I was getting Chinese, and like all of a sudden I see him pulling over, I'm going around, and he hit me. I'm just like, and I saw him, like, and I hit him, he's like, hit me.
Okay, where are you coming from?
I was coming right here. I was going to the interstate. I was like, where are you off? I was going to the Chinese buffet. And the thing is, like, I saw him.
You guys just got off on this side?
Yeah, like I moved over, and like, I saw him move into the middle of the road. I'm like, okay, I moved over, and then he moved forward. And I'm like,
which lane were you in?
I was in this lane. I went to that lane, because the thing is, I saw him in this lane. I'm like, okay, I looked around him, and he went forward.
So he's in front of you, you're going like this?
Yes, sir.
And then you're going to go to the left lane, the one left, and then he got in your way?
Yes, sir.
Do you have your license?
Yes, sir.
Where are you coming from?
I was coming from Loman. I was getting Chinese food. I'm so sorry. This might be. I'm so sorry.
Where are you coming from?
I was coming from Loman. I literally just came home.
This is Loman, but
I'm so sorry.
where are you coming from?
I was coming from university off to Loman. I literally just dropped off my little sister. I told her I went to some Chinese food from the Chinese buffet, and I saw him. I went around him, and I go,
So you're coming from university?
yes, sir.
Where did you
I
drop off your niece?
dropped my little sister right
Oh,
now.
your little sister.
Yes, my little sister. I
Where
literally off my parents' house right now. I'll go to the guys over there, and I went over here, and like I saw him, and I went around him.
Is Rona still a good address for you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You have insurance registration?
Yes, sir, I do.
Can I have it, please?
Yes, sir.
No drinking or driving, no drugs or nothing?
No, sir.
Okay. I just have to insure, that's all.
That's right.
Let me go with you, because people...
I just paid off the vehicle.
That's fine. You said no drinking and driving, right, ma'am? Okay, okay, sounds good. What's that?
It's okay. I'm sorry, I was on.
You have insurance?
I'm sorry.
Oh, they're checking them? I'm just...
I don't think I am.
Let's go to the curb. You can put that back in your car, ma'am. It's fine. I just need this.
I'm just in case. Like...
No, just put it up. So you're not holding it. This is not gonna open.
Yeah, it's open. It's open and nearly pulling through. I'm like, okay, I'm going to go through. I'm like, no.
Okay. Can you have a serial for me, please? Can you have a serial for me? What's your name? Let me see. Emily, there's something I'll keep you updated on all that. Out of curiosity, because I heard some blatantly saying you didn't go over a curb or anything like that, right?
No, I went this way. That's why I'm like, what do you mean? I went this way.
And was he on the lane or was he in this little thing right
I
here?
saw him the glister going this way. I'm like, I'll go this way. Then like.
So from this little lane right here? He's going this way, so then you're gonna go? Okay. Are you hurt anyway?
No, I'm just. Is he okay?
I don't know. They're assessing. Okay. I don't know. I'm not gonna lie to you.
The impact is severe. Para is thrown from his bicycle over the Loman overpass and onto a rock retaining wall below. Bystanders immediately call 911. When Las Cruces police and emergency medical personnel arrive, they find Para with serious injuries.
Oh, that's your skateboard. So what happened?
Standing right here. I was about to come talk to my friend. His face is right here. He's about the dog. So I wanted to cross the road. As I'm waiting to cross the road, Mustang is hauling ass. You don't know. My friend was not on the road. He was on the sidewalk.
This is your friend?
Yeah, I know him from.
Okay.
I know from being out here. Yeah, because I walked around and stuff. He was fine before. I was walking to the.
So he gets in here.
Okay. He was sitting right here. Look at the singer. Then he's fucking singing.
Just hang out. One of these officers needs to get your information, okay? Hey, Brown, I need he's a witness.
Officers let a rookie cop initiate field sobriety test by prepping him what to say to Emily.
Can we get the man to do this?
Yes. Okay, no, we can't. Can't demand her.
Okay, so how can we approach this to kind of let's do feels?
Where you on stage? There's a couple of tests that I would like to administer. Do you mind willing to take them?
What kind of tests?
Just 3 tests that I would like to do on you. As far as
what do we call the test? You don't need a pussyfoot around the subject, right? Standardized field sobriety test, right?
So,
and we want these what he's getting at. We want to kind of skirt around, give her the reason why. We want to eliminate it as one of the possibilities, right?
Right.
So would you perform?
Ma'am. Okay.
Is he okay?
They transported him, ma'am. Respectfully, I've only spoken to you and what I overheard. I didn't have any contact with him, so I don't know. Did the impact happen right there?
Yes, it happened right here. That's why I was like trying to point it. I'm like, okay, I saw the person. Okay, like I would have went and then he went forward. That's why I was like, what?
Okay. Alrighty. Just want to make sure. Again, I don't know where the allegation came from. The sidewalk. That's what it's trying to piece together.
No, I never hit the sidewalk. That's why I'm like, I went around him.
Okay. You know how he ended up on that side?
No, I don't know. That's the thing is I don't know. They dragged him over there. The thing is I flew over here. I was like, is he okay? Is he okay? And so like, oh yeah, put him over there.
Okay.
So.
Alright. Alright, man. We'll have one arm. There's gonna be some tests I want to do with standardized field versus right test. And I want to eliminate those. Eliminate anything that you've been drinking or anything. I'm not saying that you are, but would you be willing to? Ask me no first. He's asking me first. What do you think? I don't think so. I really don't. She's not. I really don't.
Most of the officers that made contact with Emily don't believe she is under the influence at all, but they would be proven wrong.
Just the lights.
Can you move your hair out of the way, like behind your ears?
That's calling me, sorry.
Just a few minutes. One take.
Okay, take a deep breath.
Alright, keep your hands on your chest. Relax. Again, this is just to ensure you're not impaired, that's all. I got you.
I'm going to social work, that's all I know.
You're a social worker?
Yeah, I'm going for social work. I'm in master's.
Oh, okay. Good. He'll explain to you. Face me? Yes. I got you, man. Okay, so you use my line, right? Okay, so now, next, you're going to go ahead and place your right foot on your left. Okay, put your hands on your side. Make sure both feet are on the right line. Heel to toe. Okay, you're going to go in and you're going to count out loud 9 steps, okay? When you get to your 9th step, you're going to make a series of small circles. You're going to turn around and you're going to continue on this line back with 9 steps, saying them out loud. Once they tell you to stop, start with the test, do not stop until you are done.
You're like, I face that way, to turn around and face this way, can I face that way?
Yes, so you're going to count out loud, heel to toe, 9 steps.
Yes, so this is my first step, right?
I think it's all over, man, just to cover any... No, you're fine.
I don't want to...
No, you're fine.
First time I'm doing this, I'm like,
I got you, you're fine.
Okay.
So move your right foot.
There
There you go, yeah, heel to toe. Right.
Like 1, 2. Just 3. 1001, 1002, 1003, 1004, 1005, 1006, 1007, 1008, 1009, 1010, 1011, 1012, 1013, 1014, 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024, 2025, 2026, 2027.
Get up. Alright, there's no favor. That way.
The investigation reveals that alcohol and speed were both contributing factors in the crash. Portillo was driving at a high rate of speed while under the influence of both alcohol and cannabis when she struck Para. Emily Portillo is arrested at the scene. Meanwhile, Emily's family shows up at the scene of the crime.
So are you guys family members? Yeah, she's getting arrested right now for drunk driving.
Okay, she left her house, she didn't...
Yeah.
I know.
I get it, but yeah, that's what's happening right now. The person, I don't know the status of him right now, but he's probably on his way to El Paso. It doesn't look very good. So that's just preliminary charges at this time.
Is it alcohol? What charges is it?
I'm not sure. It's DWI. Is the subject okay? At this point, not really. We don't know the extent of his injuries, but he's probably going to be going to El Paso by helicopter. So.
Do you know helicopter?
Well, from what we can tell, the initial tell is she's speeding off the exit ramp, trying to beat the light, and never slows down, never hits the brake, and just nails him right on the sidewalk.
On the sidewalk?
Yeah, he's on the sidewalk. He gets launched over the bridge. So she's going pretty fast, which is, you know, not normal if you have all your abilities on you, you know. It doesn't normally happen. So that's basically where it's at. She'll be able to make a phone call when she gets to the jail and everything, and then you'll know then. But more than likely, she'll see the judge within, by state law, just to see the judge within the next 48 hours. Right now,
I don't know what to say, I can feel it. 어떤 높이 가줄게. 내가 바라던 세계 제일 위에 떨어져도 돼. I'm anti-fragile, anti-fragile. 난 지금 on my way. I came here to play fair in my veins, shining as the answer. I came here to play fair in my veins, shining as the answer. Don't care what you want from me, cause I'ma do my own thing anyway, yeah. Don't care what you want from me, cause I'ma do my own thing anyway, yeah. Go from zero straight to hero, cause I go from zero straight to hero, cause I pay back, bring it, read my name badge, I'm fearless. What you looking at? 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 I'm fearless. Bring it, bring my name back. I'm fearless. What you looking at? I'm freezing outside. I feel my skin tight. My coat is inside. While I look up at you.
Excuse me, sir. Your slave isn't allowed in here. This car is for whites only.
If a relationship has crossed the line into chaos and disrespect, I'll show you why walking away is not giving up. In fact, it's likely the most powerful way to take back control. When you've been patient, you've been clear about your boundaries, and you've been consistent with your expectations, and she still dismisses them, staying is not strength. It's not patience. It's surrendering control of your outcomes. Control theory teaches us that by removing yourself from the dynamic, you reclaim authority over your emotional state, your time, your resources, and your very livelihood. So walking away forces her to face the consequences that she's been avoiding, and it resets the balance in a way that no amount of talking ever could. In this video, you'll see how to identify the moment it's time to stop negotiating, and the psychology behind why walking away works, and the steps to make that exit without second-guessing yourself. For those of you that are new here, I'm Todd, and thanks for stopping by. I'm a researcher and a psychologist who supports men in dating and relationships, and I want to quickly share some insights from Chapter 14 of my upcoming book, Rules of Engagement, about why walking away from women, relationships entirely, is not quitting. It's a reset. I hope that my content earns your subscription, so let's dive into control theory as it relates to ending relationships. Although aspects of control theory have been around since the 1800s, the pinnacle work of psychologist Julian Rotter in the 1960s examined the concept of locus of control. It's the belief about where control over one's life events come from. In this context, men with a strong internal locus of control believe that their own decisions and actions directly shape their outcomes, whereas those with an external locus of control tend to believe that outcomes are determined by outside forces. Maybe it's luck, or most likely the will or actions of other people. In the past 60 years, research on control theory has shown that people with an internal locus of control display stronger decision-making abilities. They also have increased emotional stability, higher resilience, increased self-respect, and they express better leadership. In relationships, an external locus can be devastating because it places your well-being and decisions in someone else's hands. Men who lead, whether it's their families, their workplaces, or their own personal lives, do so by making decisions that are rooted in principle rather than reacting to external influences. As such, when men stay in a relationship in which boundaries are repeatedly ignored, they're operating from that external position. They're waiting for her to change, for her to respect the expectation, or for the situation to somehow magically improve on its own. Knowing when to walk and making that decision is how you shift from those external influences back to an internal locus of control. And it's about reclaiming agency over what happens in your life. Hundreds of studies support that exercising internal control by disengaging from a losing battle, even if that means walking away entirely, is not weakness. When you make those decisions that are not based on women's responses or emotions, you're protecting your own emotional sovereignty, and you're communicating that your well-being is what's most important to you. The point I want to make is that sometimes it's time to walk away, whether it's after 2 weeks or 2 years. With the expectation that she's already well informed of your expectations, if she has continued the same unacceptable behaviors, it's time to follow through without hesitation. Say to her, I told you that this would happen next time, and simply walk away. Gentlemen, leaving women who do not align with you as a way to maintain or regain your control of your life doesn't mean that you've lost or that you've quit. It means that you've stopped letting someone else set the terms, conditions, and direction for your life. Yes, ending a relationship will be emotionally challenged for several weeks or even months. But the moment you take control and make that decision, you get back your stronger decision-making abilities, your resilience, your self-respect, and your capacity for leadership. But tell me what you think in a comment. I'm really interested in your experience with walking away, whether it was temporary or final, and how it affected your sense of control. If Rules of Engagement would be a good addition for your library, you can reserve a copy at rolepress.com. You can also find more resources and my social contacts in the video description. Thanks for being here. I'll see you next time.
Hasutadunku. Hasardu adugal ula hari. Uring ta undrin ankor. Kokal dismas. Sumaz anoth. Asardu! Hapru! He's on Wolfram! Sabarartun! Subjugatas!
So base deck or a bunch of
Anadok binta Ardugai! Ardugai Kul!
None.
Hashut binta Drash Khazad. Astragoth Jolahu.
Are we live?
Yes, we are.
Oh, that's cute.
What do you say about like people online who say like coming to Mexico is like a no-go zone?
It's true. Don't come. It's dangerous. It's terrible. Stories like this keep the riffraff out.
What do you say about like people online who say like coming to Mexico is like a no-go zone?
It's true. Don't come. It's dangerous. It's terrible. Stories like this keep the riffraff out.
What do you say about like people online who say like coming to Mexico is like a no-go zone?
It's true. Don't come. It's dangerous. It's terrible. Stories like this keep the riffraff out.
What do you say about like people online who say like coming to Mexico is like a no-go zone?
It's true. Don't come. It's dangerous. It's terrible. Stories like this keep the riffraff out.
What do you say about like people online who say like coming to Mexico is like a no-go zone?
It's true. Don't come. It's dangerous. It's terrible. Stories like this keep the riffraff out.
What do you say about like people online who say like coming to Mexico is like a no-go zone?
It's true. Don't come. It's dangerous. It's terrible. Stories like this keep the riffraff out.
What do you say about like people online who say like coming to Mexico is like a no-go zone?
It's true. Don't come. It's dangerous. It's terrible. Stories like this keep the riffraff out.
What do you say about like people online who say like coming to Mexico is like a no-go zone?
It's true. Don't come. It's dangerous. It's terrible. Stories like this keep the riffraff out.
What do you say about like people online who say like coming to Mexico is like a no-go zone?
It's true. Don't come. It's dangerous. It's terrible. Stories like this keep the riffraff out.
What do you say about like people online who say like coming to Mexico is like a no-go zone?
It's true. Don't come. It's dangerous. It's terrible. Stories like this keep the riffraff out.
What do you say about like people online who say like coming to Mexico is like a no-go zone?
It's true. Don't come. It's dangerous. It's terrible. Stories like this keep the riffraff out.
What do you say about like people online who say like coming to Mexico is like a no-go zone?
It's true. Don't come. It's dangerous. It's terrible. Stories like this keep the riffraff out.
What do you say about like people online who say like coming to Mexico is like a no-go zone?
It's true. Don't come. It's dangerous. It's terrible. Stories like this keep the riffraff out.
What do you say about like
じゃあそうだね昨日も聞いたんですけどいきますよ高校生あいるいる
Festus, the Leech Lord.
Festus, the Leech Lord.
You're the last Nurgle Lord for now, and I hope it stays that way.
Despair all ye realms, the Leech World has come. The sad days of this world are nearing their sum.
What are you, a Dr. Seuss villain now? It baffles me how anyone would want to play as an actual piss baby with a ball sack for a chin. I'll never understand how people gaslight themselves into believing Nurgle is a wholesome grandpa when we know he's basically the king of all fat streamers. Seriously, all the other Chaos Warriors have actual cool designs that make them look like actually dangerous warlords of the apocalypse. Despite their drawbacks, they are infinitely cooler than you.
Big cadavers.
Well, Festus, my hatred for Nurgle aside, it's always a pleasure to meet one of the elect accounts. I see you've made some renovations to the Brass Keep. I don't know how you turned a castle in the middle of the Empire into a dark fortress, but I'm not going to look a gift horse in the mouth. From the bits I read about your lore, you're currently a special events coordinator and a gardener. That can't be right.
All will rot.
Okay, that's definitely not something either of those professions should say. Then why are you always rambling about how important it is to host? Let me check your lore. And I quote, a host, that is what every plague desires. Oh, wow. Yeah, I don't need to read anymore. I feel really stupid now. I need to stop getting plastered with colic.
Physician of blight.
Wait, not only are you a psychopath serving the worst chaos god, but you're also a doctor? Now I understand why Colic handed me a bag of apples. I really hope that old nursery rhyme works on you.
Death before life.
Festus, I just realized that you're the answer to the age-old question. What if we could take a dragon ogre, Shaggoth Doomstack, and actually heal them?
Doctor on call.
Yes, it doesn't make sense, but unlike many of your Warriors of Chaos counterparts, it's a good thing you aren't technically under your Chaos God's actual faction.
The Plague God's instrument.
Your voice lines are written as poorly as your corruption arc. Apparently you used to be a compassionate healer who never turned away patients. Then, to progress the poorly written plot, some fat toad, possessing the corpses of your patients, managed to strip away your compassion by filling your head with too much information about diseases.
Nurgle revealed all.
Dude, I don't care how sleep-deprived you were. That story is so implausible, I don't even feel sorry for you.
Spread Knuckles' love.
Seriously, how can anyone still love Nurgle after hearing your backstory? You all got one cough and developed Stockholm Syndrome.
Dark apothecary.
Yeah, I seriously debated just turning off your voice for this video.
A step too far.
You're on thin ice, mister.
Doctor.
Nope, you lost that title when you ignored your Hippocratic oath.
Nick Wade, former doctor.
Look, I'll be real with you. I'm all for war crimes, and I never actually cared about the Hippocratic oath, but showing respect to a follower of Nurgle is unacceptable.
The senseless thought.
Festus, the best thing about you is your defeat trait. It sure would be a shame if the Elector Count of Sylvania came and grabbed it.
Power before me. Inconceivable. All shall perish. Astragoth, Jolahu.
Not my fault.
Suru Garas. Rimas da Barartu. Eso annuncu.
Take it. It all
Kashut Angkor. Kubelu Mingol. Aula de Fazma. Sumasta Arnimkai. Mansia Nunku. Anatok Pinta Ardugai. Suferayo! Dok! Gondok! Wankara Zibarku Fajarnagron! Drorth Jarik! Gondal! Hashut Anad! Centus Tor! Hashut Anunku! Abdanuan! Hashut Zibartu! Awanra! Dakuata Elgram! Steel will you. Dum Thaumansi! Abdanu Odan Grafti! Groma Drasul! Durung Andreng! Migdalastok! Devdalria Grundal Hazkala! Dumle! Stroll, hurry! Hasutanunku! Gruntagrom! Isharmi Aritz! Gorndok! Sagaf! Aksuardugal! Sumadanot! Uladrin! Prinas Kazak! Ganta Tindrungul! Draj da Baratu! Igna! Awanrak! Scrun Dakan! I refuse! Tagrungron Apgru! Apgruwatsardu! Wadel Dum Thaumansi! Ardugaltok! Gorndok! Gorndok! Izan Kazak Munge! Ula Krukma! Abdar Nuatka!
Master Lord of Hellpit.
And here, in its wild habitat, we have a wild Nigachu.
Show me!
This is a documentary. It's on the Nigachu kind.
So-called Nigachu what? Is it black?
Yes, Nigachu. That's what the Professor Oak has called you.
Professor Oak, made a doom game out here and called my brother? What's that wrong, Ed? What's that wrong?
Usaba sepugi ungrin hashatsuves. Tarwanungi.
For years, Brother Polite told the world exactly who he was. A man abandoned by his parents, raised in violence, forged by pain. But in 2021, the story he told about himself collided with a case that told a very different one. Michael Eugene Nowak Jr., known as Brother Polite, was born in 1983 in Brooklyn's Brownsville Projects, an area known for extreme violence during the 1980s and 90s. Raised by his grandmother and moving through shelters and juvenile facilities, Polite joined the Crips as a teenager. After being robbed at gunpoint, he later admitted to drug dealing, gun charges, and violent crime. The past, he often said, shaped everything that followed. Eventually, while incarcerated, he says he began reinventing himself. After prison, Polite emerged as a self-styled black consciousness leader. He founded an organization called New Covenant, claimed to have authored more than 90 books, and presented himself as a spiritual and economic guide to thousands of followers online. His influence grew, and so did his access to people who trusted him. But in early 2021, that influence brought him dangerously close to a family and to a crime that would end his public career. In February 2021, Polite was in a romantic relationship with a woman in Miami, Florida. This woman had a daughter who was 14 years old. According to police reports, Polite asked for permission to take the teenager to an after-party at a Miami nightclub. However, the club was closed, but instead of returning the child home, investigators say Polite took her to his hotel room on Miami Beach. There, police allege he provided alcohol to the minor, engaged in inappropriate physical contact, and attempted to force sexual acts. The girl was later found severely intoxicated, with visible facial injuries. When the girl's mother discovered her daughter's condition, she confronted Polite. According to investigators, he tried to stop her from contacting police, warning that reporting the incident would ruin his career. Despite that pressure, the mother reported the assault. The child was taken to the Roxy Bolton Rape Treatment Center, where a forensic exam was conducted and DNA evidence was collected. As the investigation began, officers attempted to locate Polite at the Miami Beach Hotel, where the incident allegedly occurred.
How's it going? Good, good, good. Ethan, if you have a guest staying here? The name is right there. And no case. They're looking for a guest. Hello. Yeah, he's where do you go?
I need to have, I've already spoken to the general manager, and we need to have a subpoena or a warrant or something in order to allow you to go up to this guest room.
Yeah, we want a subpoena or a warrant. Yeah, I want you. You know this is not a shoplifting case. You don't send police officers, we're not coming for a shop, this is supposed to be felony. And what we'll do, this is, if it goes one way or the other, it could be like, it's all smoke and mirrors, or it could be a very serious event. If it goes to a very serious event, the newspapers will, they're gonna look about this, it's gonna come out. I'm just letting you know, I'm not afraid to say it. I'm not afraid to say it on camera, but I'm just letting you know the reputation. There's a possibility that it's supposed to be felony. Could be walking out the front door, could be walking out the back door, and we're just like,
Let me contact my general manager. I'm just following the
okay, but you're on a borderline of obstruction.
Okay,
Okay,
that's
we're
fine.
active investigation. We have a subject we want, and you're
Okay, just one moment.
potential crime scene also, so.
I spoke to the general manager, she said that it's alright to report you after the okay?
A jury has found 2 luxury real estate agents and their brother guilty of sex trafficking. Prosecutors accused the 3 Alexander brothers of using their money and influence to lure women into luxury trips and parties where they would drug, assault, and rape women for more than a decade. The brothers' attorneys argue in court that while the brothers' behavior could be seen as crude or inappropriate, they did not commit a federal crime. NBC student Stephen Romo and Missy Merriff joining us now on this. Stephen, the brothers face up to life in prison. Talk about what we saw over the course of this trial. Bring us all up to date.
Yeah, Tom, this trial going on for more than a month, and the allegations from these 11 accusers we heard from, they were hard to listen to. The brothers, of course, denying these accusations that they drugged and raped these women and girls. 2 of the women said that they felt paralyzed before they were assaulted by Orrin and Alon Alexander. Prosecutors also said Orrin Alexander videotaped himself with an incapacitated 17-year-old girl back in 2009. That led to the charge of exploitation of a minor. The brothers were accused of using their wealth and status to lure these women in. Prosecutors say they used a plate.
In 2009, the U.S. Department of Labor commissioned a systematic literature review on the gender wage gap. This video walks through what that 95-page report concluded and why almost no one has ever heard of it. I've had a copy of this report in my personal reference library for nearly 15 years, and I refer to it on occasion, but I've never really had an opportunity to offer a full lecture-style discussion about it. So I'm glad that so many of you appreciate these data-driven, analytical videos that I do, and I hope you enjoy learning from it as much as I enjoyed making it. Coming up, what I'll be discussing is that 95-page report based on 40 years of wage data that reach a clear...
It's weird. It's muy, ¿cómo se dice? It's ¿cómo se dice eso? Like
conclusion about the so-called wage gap. I'll walk through what approximately 50 studies actually showed, how much of the wage gap they explained, and why this information never made it into the public narratives that you hear today. Here's the outline that I'll be working with. Context around that 2009 report, 7 major themes about the research findings, why people still believe the wage gap exists, and why you've never heard about this report and its findings. So listen while you commute to work or you get your steps in, because this will be another somewhat longer topic. And it gives you all of the details you'll ever need to debunk the wage gap when people try to convince you that it's real.
It's time to choose your timeline on the roller coaster of life.
Before I get started, let me save some of you some time. If your response to this video is, I already know that the wage gap is a myth, then I suggest tuning out now and going about your business. This is not about telling you something you already know. It's about giving you the evidence to support it, rather than just repeating the same talking points. And there's also a reason that I'm not focusing on anything newer than this 2009 report. That's because I want to make it abundantly clear what was studied, confirmed, and acknowledged by the U.S. Department of Labor nearly 20 years ago. Researchers, the government, and research firms have all known all of this for decades. The report that I'm covering today is a review that was commissioned by the Department of Labor and conducted by CONSAD Research Corporation. CONSAD is a Pittsburgh-based economic and policy research firm known for conducting studies for government agencies, including things like this analysis here and many others. For their literature review of the so-called gender wage gap, CONSAD drew on decades of mainstream labor economics research. Its purpose was simple: to evaluate what the evidence showed once headlines were set aside and structural employment factors were accounted for. As you can see here, the Department of Labor's conclusion was explicit, stating, and this is their direct quote, "Indeed, there may be nothing to correct. The differences in raw wages may be almost entirely the result of individual choices being made by both male and female workers." So the purpose of this video is to explain how they came to that conclusion, to show what was already known and how that information disappeared from public discussion. What follows is not my interpretation of data, it's simply the facts placed in front and center. So let's now discuss the larger context of the CONSAD report before diving into the findings from its review of nearly 50 studies, or approximately 50 studies. This was not a data collecting study or a wage gap witch hunt. It was a formal review of previous studies dating back to the 1960s that was requested by a federal agency to assess what wage gap research uncovered once methodological issues were applied systematically. CONSAD's analysis relied on mainstream labor economics methods and drew from peer-reviewed academic literature, data from the Bureau of Labor Statistics, and census-based studies. Its findings were grounded in conventional economic reasoning, not novel or experimental theory. There was no experiments done here. And just as important as the scope of the study is when the report was conducted and released. Published in January 2009, it predates the Obama era, having been conducted before he was elected to his first term. It predates the Trump era entirely. It predates the current culture war framing around gender, wages, and inequality, and it predates the social media movement that now drives much of the public conversation on these topics. And for me, that timing has important implications because the analysis did not emerge as a political reaction to later events or ideological conflicts. It reflects the state of the evidence as it was understood by the federal government before the modern political divide happened. All right, having said that, let's now dig into those 50 studies in the CONSAD report, which I'll do by outlining 7 major themes or factors across them. And so listen, if research and data are your thing, I highly recommend downloading a copy in its original source in the original form using a link that I'll pin in a comment. I'll also be putting up some infographics and images directly from the report as I continue that aren't necessarily entirely necessary for viewing or listening, but added more as visual support for the discussion. The first theme regarding the research in CONSAD Research Review is occupational section and job sorting, which appears earlier in the literature than almost any other of the factors that we'll go through. As one example, a 1964 study reported that employers may offer lower wages to women if male consumers would prefer to deal with other males, and therefore be more beneficial to the business. So this might include jobs such as automobile sales, in which would affect the salesperson's commissions. And according to the study, up to 50% of any pay differences could be explained in this manner. Once occupation was controlled for statistically, wage differences between the genders narrowed substantially. Another study from 1991 that used establishment-level data showed that when men and women worked at the same job, their pay was almost identical. That is, much of any observable wage gap disappeared when men and women were working in the same occupation at the same establishment. Later work in 2003 confirmed this finding with data sets that linked employers and employees, stating that disaggregating specific jobs reduced residual wage gaps by nearly 4%. So, in total, across studies that spanned nearly 40 years, from 1964 through the early 2000s, controlling for occupation alone typically explained 30 to 50% of the gendered wage gap. And in some comparisons within narrowly defined job categories, any remaining gap was often small, inconsistent, or statistically indistinguishable from zero. Overall, regarding occupational selection, the consistent finding was not that women were paid less for the same job, but that men and women disproportionately worked in dissimilar jobs which paid differently. The second dominant factor regarding the Department of Labor's conclusion had to do with work experience and number of hours worked. Beginning in the 1970s, studies showed that wages were analyzed using measures of actual light labor market experience rather than potential experience, and much of the observed gender gap was reduced. This is because intermittent labor force engagement materially affects cumulative earnings. But when actual work histories were measured, wage gaps narrowed even more significantly than just accounting for occupational selection that we discussed just a moment ago. More specifically, researchers named Blau and Kahn summarized decades of findings that labor market attachment could reduce remaining estimated wage gaps by a meaningful margin, often on the order of tens of percent. And number of hours worked also affected outcomes independently of experience. Studies in the CONSAD report consistently stated that overtime and long weekends paid premium wages, particularly in professional and managerial.
Are damsels in distress in times of torment? Okay, you knew I was going there. At least you would if you'd watched this channel much lately. And if you haven't, start today. In the meantime, let's go over how these magic-wielding fair ladies put the enemy army in distress. Procure for 1,000 gold and 250 upkeep, very standard numbers. On foot, we get 1 heroine with 3,420 health. Armor is 15, and missile resistance, the standard 15%. Leadership 55 is shaky. Speed 40 and charge speed 44 are quite brisk and light of foot. Melee attack 34 is legitimately low. Attack interval 4 seconds is standard. Splash of the size medium means questing knights on down, and max targets damaged by splash are 3. Melee defense 22 is downright horrific. Weapon strength 285 is split base 200 and armor piercing 85 on the low end of spellcasters. Charge points is 15 and mass is 900. Wait, 900? Have you put on weight
I said nothing at all. Able to hide in forest and having the standard +3 leadership aura, a damsel has access to the Blessing of the Lady for +15% ward save, which helps given the otherwise horrible defense. Since I've been lectured at length about this, I'm going to have to do a separate video on vows, troths, and traits, and that will be beyond the scope of this video here. That's because your use won't really change. The girls will just get better at what they're doing. On a barded warhorse, upkeep is up to 300, health to 3,848, armor 40, speed 84, charge speed 108, charge bonus 35, mass 1500. Nothing else changed, which means defense is still really low. On a unicorn, upkeep rises to 310, health to 4,404, armor back down to 15, speed 95, charge speed 110. Melee attack just rose to 40, same attack interval, same splash. Melee defense 26 is a bit less abysmal. Weapon strength remains unchanged, but charge bonus 50 is nice, mass to 1300. There are no other changes. As an embedded hero, she brings Replenish Troops, which automatically makes her critical to the faction. Cleanse Corruption is an on-brand map passive, and her agent actions are Steal Technology, great for getting ahead in tech, wound, and block army, with Specialist reducing the gold cost of these actions. With the pip of the appropriate name at rank 12, she generates Aura of the Lady, offering 55 meters of +10% spell resistance to self and allies. Lady's Mantle grants an extra +10% missile resistance to her and is available rank 8. The rest is a 100% vanilla spell line, and her lures available are Beasts, Heavens, and Life. This means Evasion as a midway pip for speed and melee defense, and Arcane Conduit for faster winds regeneration in battle. So how should we use the damsel? A lot of people will say to never ever recruit the other lures and only get life, but I like variety. So do recruit the others to help out, and of course, combining multiple lures with multiple damsels in a single army isn't a terrible thing. Bottom line, you'd like to have at least one in any given army, and life is especially good here, though the others absolutely have their place, helping you swing fights that otherwise might elude you, and being more useful for anti-blob action. Life is just what you should see as non-negotiable for having a legendary lord stay in the fight. The lack of a flying mount hurts, but you deal with it. Unicorns are so fast at running and can still hide in forest that you should be able to pull off some good stuff with one as a mobile spell platform. Given the weakness in pitched combat, you absolutely should use the damsels like mobile spell platforms, but like the Skaven Assassin, just replenishing troops after the battle is a big deal. Everything else is a bonus, and everything past that is about traits and equipment got better, so hopefully you find a lot of extra uses for that arcane slot in the inventory. Take care, and have fun having a damsel rescue herself with a comet to clean the battlefield. It'll be all sparkly when the blast settles.
700 value, that's not bad.
Dog. Unta bezet angfa. Nagitash fama works. To thrungat gru. Nachi was up. Hasutanunku. Odiol. Trashgrafti! Dakuas ta Elgram! Ut namas, unut anatzad! Draftum le, istrokogai diswas! Gorndok! Gazanaku! Arduchai kul! dem let. Sabarartun! Jarik! Not Tiwas of! No waddle!
Let's see.